fiends, drunk on blood by the moonlight. The undead clawing their way out of rotting coffins. These are nightmarish images, but are there any truth to them? I'm Linnea Quigley here for Paranormal Truth. Let's find out.
Hello, my name is Patrick Allen, and this is Linnea Quigley's Paranormal Truth, a series of films where we delve into the paranormal world of the unknown. In this episode, we are going to investigate the world of the undead. Do vampires and zombies exist? Or are they just the stuff of legend? As we proceed into this unknown world, we discover the dark history of suspected vampires like Vlad Tepes and Elizabeth Bathory, and uncover hidden voodoo rituals designed to make the dead rise from the grave, as depicted in horror films like Nosferatu, Night of the Living Dead, and White Zombie.
Are vampires real? Do you mean, are there people who turn into bats and live forever? Well, no, of course not. But are there people who consume human or animal blood? Are there people who take what they call psychic energy from people? Well, yes, there are, and they call themselves human vampires or real vampires. Before they start doing that, though, they usually, just after puberty, begin feeling energy deficient. They feel sluggish. They feel like they can't maintain anything close to a healthy or energized lifestyle. And eventually, usually by accident, they come in contact with someone else's blood, like in a fight. Or they buy some meat that has some blood-tainted residue in it. And after consuming either war or blood, they feel better. They feel energized. They feel like the people around them. After they realize they need blood or energy to feel sustained and energized, they need to continue that process. So they find donors through networks, through networking with other real vampires. And when they find someone who might be, susceptible to this idea, they have their blood tested. The vampire has his or her blood tested. And once it's discovered that things are relatively safe, they will take the blood or energy of this person on a weekly basis. The United States has at least a couple of thousand real vampires. A lot of them live in major cities: Atlanta, New York City, New Orleans, LA, Austin. So should you be scared of real vampires? Well, no. They're not harmful. They're not going to attack you. In fact, they're some of the nicest people I've ever met. And more than likely, you actually know a few, or you've met a few in real life. And some of you may even come in contact with them on a daily or weekly basis, depending on where you live.
Everybody wants to be pretty. Everybody wants to be appealing and mysterious and like, ooh, I'm so like, all these added things. So it's mostly for the glamour. It's expressing a different part of yourself that you're not able to like, do throughout the rest of your day. So like, you end up like carrying yourself in different ways because like, it's fucking hot right now. Okay, here's what I need you to do. Take your pinkies and hook them up under your lip like you're making a face in grade school. There you go, and say a little bit more. And what I need you to do now, I need you to close naturally and slowly until I say stop, okay? Okay, open back up. Good. Okay, you can put your lip down. There you go.
What attracted you to the vampire subculture in the first place?
I've always been a bookworm, like, heavy into mythology and like, different forms of spirituality and stuff like that. So just to be around people that like, wow, you have a similar reading list, we can actually talk. So just like wanting to find like a niche where like you're appreciated and you don't feel like you're just that token kid. Okay, can you sit back down, please?
Oh boy.
I'm sorry, honey.
I don't want to breathe it.
I know. Also keep in mind you're in Jersey, so God knows what else you're breathing. And you have these in your mouth, you start speaking, like people are just like, wait a minute, something's wrong. That primal part of your brain goes off and it's like, wait, okay, don't run right now because they can smell fear. There have been times that I've had guys like, yo, Mom saying, no, what's good? You looking kind of cute. And I'm like, hey, what's good? And I'm not like acting like this, like, hey, what's going on? Blah, blah, blah. And they're just like, yo, you have a good night, yo. And then they back off, you know what I mean? So it was like, You know, so many times fangs have, like, you know, inevitably saved my ass. You kind of have to, like, let people know from a distance you're not meant to be fucked with. I think they're doing pretty good.
So I can't wear them with my retainer?
No. No eating and no sleeping with these on, period. And there are no dumb questions. I had this one guy ask me, he was just like, how about meth? And I was just like, well, as far as I know, that, like, you shouldn't have any problems, but if anything changes color, let me know, so that way I'll put in an aftercare rule sheet. Whatever you do, don't smoke meth with these on, because it'll turn them green. So, every so often you're going to need to clean these because the acrylic is porous. Let it soak in Listerine or any antibacterial mouthwash, again, yellow or clear. Do, like, intervals of, like, a 1.5 minute bath. Don't boil it.
Oh, wow, they're tight.
Yeah, but still, yeah, they're not as tight as they could be.
That's totally fine, though, you know?
In modern times, the undead are mythological beings that are dead, but are able to act as if they are still living. The most common example of someone undead is the dead body resurrected by unnatural magic, fueled by either the life essence of the recently deceased or the will of some other entity. The undead can take many forms, be they spiritual like ghosts or spirits of all sorts, or physical in the shape of zombies or vampires. The concept of undead beings is a global phenomenon, appearing in many fictional works over the last several centuries. The idea of reanimated beings dates as far back as 701 BC, with the ark demonize Lilith or Lila to the world. Undead can also refer to instances of more mundane resurrection, such as the experiments performed by Robert E. Cornish on the process of cryonics. The modern definition of undead can almost be fully attributed to Bram Stoker and his novel Dracula, published on May 26, 1897. Though when Bram Stoker used the term undead in his novel, he used it only when describing vampires.
My name's Damien. I'm a vampire. This is my story. Real vampires today are connected to the legend by certain things. The legends of vampires in the past have to do with drinking blood and or in this case, now it's life force.
I know a client who was involved with the creature of the night. This individual was working on things and realized this object of the night gave him a sense of power.
If the donor is a good bleeder, then it's easy to tell the amount that's coming into my mouth. It's like taking a shot. Go get you a shot of bourbon, and if the bleeder is good, that's what it's like.
This is Balthazar. He's a blood-drinking vampire. And this is Dana, one of his blood donors.
When I do my feeding, I like to use an X-Acto knife. It just makes a nicer, neater cut.
Balthazar feeds up to 4 times a week from several donors. He insists on using a new blade each time.
So it's very important, especially for the health of the donor and for the trust of the donor to see that they're getting a clean blade.
There are blood-drinking vampires across the country, but you may not recognize them. Unless, of course, you're in New Orleans.
A lot of people don't wear them at all. I wear them when I'm in New Orleans because I am expressing my happiness at being able to walk around here out of the coffin, per se. One of the things that we believe is that you are a born vampire. You cannot decide to be one, and you cannot be turned. Either you are born vampire and that's your nature, or you're not.
I consider myself a HLV, that's a human living vampire. So yes, I'm a real vampire. I drink blood. I psi feed, which means I can feed psychically. Well, in Alaska, it's not very acceptable. There's a lot of people that don't understand it.
It's not something that you can go around telling people, hey, I'm a vampire, because they think you're crazy.
But on Halloween weekend in New Orleans, There is no crazy, so vampires flock here. And where there are vampires, there will be blood, preferably human blood.
I know my fangs and claws to be shadows of yours. Blood tastes good, smells good, feels good in the mouth. There is nothing else like it.
Dana has been feeding vampires since she was in her teens. She does it for the spiritual connection.
They need that energy that we supply them. I'm a key to the vampire's survival. Without me, or people like myself, they starve, to put it lightly. So they do like to keep me close, keep me safe. It's nice to have friends that will protect you.
One more. Ooh, she's a good bleeder. The easiest way to describe the feeling, I have energy, I have life.
There are many notable 19th century stories about the horrifying undead, including Ambrosia Pierce's The Dead of Halprin Fraser, and many Gothic Romanticism stories from the writings of Edgar Allan Poe. The haunting stories of Beers and Poe would end up being heavily influential later on. Writers such as H.P. Lovecraft and Anne Rice.
About Lestat, when I wrote Interview with the Vampire, I was thinking about Louis. I mean, Louis was the hero. Everything revolved around Louis. Louis was me. I was Louis. I'm the only woman ever played by Brad Pitt in a movie. But I was truly Louis. That was me. And Lestat just sprang to life in the corner of my eye. I mean, this character took on all this ferocious life. Now, whether, what that came from in my own life experience, whether that was my husband's presence, his vitality, I'm not sure. But when characters come to life that way, they leave behind all the influences. I never sat down and thought, well, this is based on my husband Stan, or this is what Stan would do. I had an idea of Lestat as the man of action, the man who could do things that I couldn't do, the man who could make decisions that I never had the nerve to make, and the person who could go through life joyfully in spite of the questions that torment me, the doubts that torment me, the horror of death that torments me. And of course, that was tied up with the idea that he was an 18th century personality. He was from the age of reason. He was much more rational, much more cynical in some ways than Louis. Louis was more a naive, romantic character, much more, I think, 19th century. All of that was working in my mind. Not that the Romantic period is limited to the 19th century, certainly not. It starts in the 18th. But still, Lestat represented the Enlightenment. He represented a different view on things. He's also inherently a comic character in the sense of always triumphing and always coming back and never being really destroyed. He never really absorbs a tragic definition of himself for very long. He always comes back laughing, at everything and just rebounding. It may take him a few years, but he always does it. But what all went into that, I don't know, other than the fact that I really wanted to explore a personality that was different from my own. And so he became a kind of dream version of what I'd like to be. He was the man I wanted to be. He was the person I wanted to be. I wanted his strength. And once he became a living character, I never had to consciously steer him in any direction. It was just a matter of getting into Lestat, and then he'd go, and he'd take me where he wanted in the novel. I never had to worry about his dialogue or what he was going to say. My knowledge of him was so complete and so instinctive that I could just write. I mean, the other characters I might have to think about where they were coming from, what they had to say and so forth. Not him. It was almost, I mean, I still feel this way about him. I haven't written a page, you know, with Lestat since 2002, but I know exactly what he thinks about everything. If I walk into a theater and see a play, I know whether he likes it or not. If I watch an opera, I know whether he loves that opera. If we go visit a city, I know what he thinks of that city. You know, I'll never be away from him. He'll always be part of me.
Vlad Tepes, known as Vlad the Impaler, is to be treated with caution because his brutal acts were very probably exaggerated, or even invented by the Saxons. Books with woodcuts on their title pages that depicted several different horrific scenes. For instance, the editions published in Nuremberg in 1499 and Strasbourg in 1500 try to show Vlad dining at a table surrounded by dead or dying people on poles. Stoker borrowed the name and scraps of miscellaneous information about the history of Vlad the Impaler while writing his book about Count Dracula. Now we come to the end of the story of Vlad Tepes as we try to understand his death and burial. The place of his burial is completely unknown. According to tradition, Vlad was buried in a monastery in Snagoff. Excavations carried out in 1933 found no tomb below the supposedly unmarked tombstone of Vlad Tepes. There was no tomb, only many bones and jaws of horses. The vampire was the most popular undead creature for well over a century, far outshining zombies, mummies, reanimated corpses, and other dwellers of the thinly veiled space between life and death. In many ways, it is fair to admit that there has been a shift in the modern focus of humanity's favorite undead creatures. Gone is a time of a sophisticated and graceful undead, which Dracula has been from time to time.
Vlad Tepes, actually Vlad the Third, because with the name like Vlad, you just pass it on from generation to generation. He's a 15th century prince of Wallachia, not Transylvania. Wallachia is actually south of Transylvania, if anybody, no one cares. His father, Vlad II, became known as Vlad Dracul once he was made part of the Order of the Dragon, which was an organization of noblemen who determined to rebuff the Ottoman invasion. Vlad III, who was son of Vlad II, was also sometimes called son of Dracul or Dracula. That's where the name came from. And in fact, in the novel, Van Helsing said he must indeed have been that Voivode Dracula who won his name against the Turk. And for many people, that's it. Solved, we're done. Good night, everybody. Except we're not. Dracula from Stoker's novel bears very little resemblance to the historical figure. And in fact, Stoker had been working on the novel for years before he even knew who Dracula was. Stoker took 7 years to write the novel. For the first 4, it was called Count Vampire. Not the most original title. Later, he titled the novel The Undead, and it was his publisher who insisted at the last minute, we need a better title. Let's call it Dracula. But we do know that about 4 years into the writing of this novel, Stoker went into the public library in Whitby, and he read, I have to go to my cheat sheet here for a name, he read an account of the principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia, where it mentioned Vlad, and his name Dracula. And we know from his journal that he even got the name wrong, because he writes in his journal, Dracula means the devil. Not really, except that it means son of the dragon, and the dragon sometimes is a metaphor for the devil, but you're really having to work to get there. In fact, if you look at the physical description alone, you see that this doesn't look like the sole image we have of Vlad III. Dracula is described as a tall, old man, clean-shaven save for a long white mustache, and clad in black from head to foot, without a single speck of color. His face was strong, very strong, aquiline, with high bridge of a thin nose, and peculiarly arched nostrils, with lofty domed forehead and hair growing scantily around the temples. That sounds so much more noble than receding hairline, doesn't it? but profusely everywhere else. His eyebrows were massive, almost meeting over the nose, and with bushy hair that seemed to curl in its own profusion. As his lips ran back over his gums, the long, sharp canine teeth shone out strangely. So I was looking for pictures of Dracula that matched the novel's description, and I found that there is a company right now who is issuing a resin model based on the description from the novel, and I think it's a pretty good one. There. I bet that's not the image you had in your mind. And it's not that.
The first vampire film of any note is Nosferatu in 1922, starring Max Schreck as the vampire and directed by F.W. Murnau. Due to copyright problems with the Stoker estate, the film's title was changed from Dracula to Nosferatu. Next, we have the flesh eaters, the undead, the zombie. You may be surprised to know that your favorite flesh-eating creatures are based on some very real history. The island of Haiti in the 17th and 18th centuries. Zombies are what English professor Amy Wellens calls a New World phenomenon. The zombies of the 1968 film Night of the Living Dead had a hunger for flesh. In 2012, the New York Times described how modern ideas about zombies arose from the blending of old African religious beliefs and the pain of slavery that defined Haiti before it gained independence from France in the 19th century. In certain traditional African religions, people believed that a human soul can be stolen from the body and be bottled up for later use.
Everyone in the world is aware of the term zombie. They know what zombie movies are about. Living people dealing with a slow-moving plague of the undead. The story is often about survivalism and about the fact that the living people are actually the scary ones. My name is Tim Steele. I am a comic book artist, and I'm here to talk to you about the history of zombies. The origin of the term zombie actually goes back to the 17th century, Haiti, before Haiti was even Haiti. And Haiti was a destination for slaves from Africa brought by the French. They were treated really poorly and often worked to death. So part of their mythology was this idea that if you try to get away from the suffering of slavery and committed suicide, you would be forced to do work and be a slave for all of eternity. So the idea of the zombie actually comes from this sort of hellish afterlife in which you lumbered around with no direction and were forced to work forever. The legend sort of morphed into being the zombie was a undead figure who was often an assistant or a slave to a shaman, which is called a bokor. The first time it sort of shows up in American pop culture is a Bela Lugosi movie from 1932 called White Zombie. A voodoo sorcerer resurrects a white guy and he becomes this undead monster, and hence the term white zombie. The term doesn't really show up much after that until I Am Legend, which eventually got turned into the Will Smith movie. Even though the monsters are not called zombies, it's really the sort of first zombie story. In 1968, when George Romero made a movie called Night of the Living Dead, he used and was inspired by the original Richard Matheson I Am Legend story. He never uses the term zombies, actually. In the original screenplay, they're called ghouls. The idea of this plague of the unliving menacing the dead really kind of gained notoriety with that movie. And one of the reasons everyone on Earth has seen or knows about Night of the Living Dead, the distributor forgot to put a trademark and copyright on the film. So when they showed the movie, it passed into public domain. Late-night cable stations around the country would run it and not have to pay anything. And that kind of set up the familiarity with this idea. Then in 2003, a comic book writer by the name of Robert Kirkman teamed up with his friend Tony Moore, and they came up with The Walking Dead. And the pitch on The Walking Dead was, you know those zombie movies about people surviving in a zombie apocalypse world? It never ends. And that was the pitch of The Walking Dead. One of the interesting things about zombies is there's two different forms of escapism going on in the zombie story, and abilities to relate. And I think one of those is people sort of fantasize to a degree about living in a world of which all the pains of your everyday life are gone, and you have to survive by your wits alone. And I think the other one is mass conformity. Join us, become one of us. All you have to do is get bitten and you can throw away your cares and you can wander around with us. And having access to horror stories gives you a way to control fear. You can enter into something scary and then you can leave it. You've just controlled that fear, which I think is a great psychological exercise in dealing with constant fear and anxiety. I think zombies specifically because to me it was always the idea that really the society you live in is barely held together.
Vampires from centuries past. Zombies, voodoo, the undead, and Haitian origins. Now let's hope they stay in the past and on the silver screen. Now, if you excuse me, I just got a call, something about a busted chemical drum. Is my makeup okay? Oh. Historical events reveal that demonic possession was present before Jesus Christ. And demons, who are they? Where are they? And what caused them to fade away in history? I'm Linnea Quigley, and you're watching Paranormal Truth.
Hello, my name is Patrick Allen, and this is Linnea Quigley's Paranormal Truth, a series of films where we delve into the paranormal world of the unknown. In this episode, we are going to investigate the scary world of demonic possession. Can an evil intelligence enter and take control of our body? What makes one susceptible, and how can it be prevented? What are the 3 stages of possession? Was the film The Exorcist fact or fiction? Does the Catholic Church really perform exorcisms in the 21st century? All this and more will be answered in this very episode.
What about exorcisms? Are they for real? And have you ever actually seen a diabolical possession?
Well, I've seen more than one of them, and I've been part of a team of exorcists as well. And the devil certainly makes his presence known when he's provoked. When you try to kick him out, he resists. He doesn't like that. And you know, the part of the exorcism says, "Quid stas et resistas." Why do you stay and resist? You know, and it's hard for you to kick against the goad, as our Lord said that to St. Paul, but this is said to the devil. So, and the devil responds to different things. It depends on the devil. You know, it's important to understand the devils are fallen angels, and the angels each angel is distinguished from every other angel by being a different species. Now there are 9 choirs of angels, But even if every angel within the choir of angels, I'm talking about billions. Here's God's creative, that each angel is a different species from every other angel.
Yeah, because with us, matter differentiates us. But with angels,
the soul is in, my soul is in, animates my body, your soul, and so, but we're all the same family, we're all the same species. But each angel is a different species. So they all have their own story, and they all have their own history.
Dr. Richard Gallagher is an Ivy League educated board certified psychiatrist who teaches at Columbia University and New York Medical College, and is part of a team that tries to help fight Satan's minions. This wasn't part of Gallagher's career goals. While he studied medicine at Yale, he knew about biblical accounts of demonic possession, but thought that they were in ancient cultures. His attempt to get a handle on mental disorders like epilepsy made him stumble onto exorcism. He proudly calls himself a man of science. Gallagher has become something else. The go-to guy for an ever-expanding network of exorcists in the United States. He says that he has seen evidence. Victims suddenly speaking perfect Latin, sacred objects flying off the shelves, people displaying hidden knowledge or secrets about people that they could have not possibly known.
I'm Dr. Richard Gallagher. I'm a board-certified psychiatrist. I'm also a professor at New York Medical College in psychiatry and on the faculty at Columbia. 25 plus years ago, I found myself being asked by clergy of many different faiths to investigate and give them my psychiatric opinion about people that they thought might be demonically attacked. I went into my conversation with this priest a little on the skeptical side, and somewhat to my surprise, he liked that. He said, well, if we didn't think you were skeptical, Dr. Gallagher, we wouldn't have wanted to use you. Well, I guess he had heard about me, and that's why he came to ask my opinion. About a woman who was claiming that she was beat up by invisible forces. She would even have these bruises spontaneously appear. She appeared to me to be completely sane. And I'd never seen a case like that before. It didn't seem to be explainable on the basis of any medical or psychiatric pathology. She and her husband were devout Catholics, and they believed it was kind of evil spirits. I didn't have a great deal of interest in getting involved in this. But, you know, as a physician, I really don't like the idea of seeing somebody in tremendous pain or tremendous confusion. I was asked to comment whether there could be any psychiatric illness, whether she was being abused, whether this was her imagination, etc. And I had to conclude that there was no medical reason why this would happen. I felt that she was being attacked because, in fact, she was a very holy person. I believe in science. I trained at an American medical school. I use the results of scientific studies every day of my life. I believe in evolution, I believe in the Big Bang, I believe in quantum theory. I just have had a rare window or a rare opportunity to study these things a little more rigorously than most doctors would have. With a possession, you have to have, at least in the Catholic Church, what is called moral certainty. And there are very strict criteria, and it really depends on evidence. The essence of a possession is a person going into a trance and a demonic sounding voice coming out of them. Attacking the people, attacking religion, usually using very crude and violent language. Like, leave her alone, she's ours, this type of thing. Superhuman strength, knowing secrets of people that a human being could never know otherwise. She was a Satanist, a self-professed high priestess of a satanic cult. The night before I first met her, I was in my bedroom with my wife at about 3 a.m. and we had 2 cats. And these 2 cats just went completely berserk in a way that we had never seen before. And we were mystified. And the next day, the priest introduced me to Julia. And the first words out of Julia's mouth were, "Well, Doc, how did you like those cats last night?" Now, I'd never met the woman before. She would often tell me how people's parents had died. For instance, she told me, "I know your mother died of ovarian cancer," which was true. And once I was on the telephone line, on a landline in this case, with the other exorcist. Now remember, Julia was not on the phone conversation. This was not a conference call or anything. We actually knew where she was at the time. She was about 1,000 miles away. And that same voice came in over the phone line. Said the same kind of thing. "She's ours, leave her alone." So I said to the priest, I said, "Did you hear that?" And he said to me, "Yeah, the evil spirit can even interrupt our phone conversation," which I found pretty remarkable. It was pretty creepy, but I also found it pretty remarkable. She was completely demonically possessed. It just doesn't happen out of the blue. It's not like your average person all of a sudden is going to wake up and be possessed. There is pretty much always an explanation. They have turned to evil in a very explicit way. For instance, in Julia's case, the context was obvious. She had turned to Satanism. These are not fringe beliefs. And then there are countries around the world where Haiti, Madagascar, for instance, everybody in the country believes in the devil and everybody believes in possessions. And then throughout history, most cultures, certainly most major religions, they've always had a belief. In fact, they have an official belief in evil spirits and the ability of evil spirits occasionally to attack people. Critics often ask for a ludicrous level of, quote, proof. You can't do lab experiments. And in my experience, many critics, they've never seen a genuine case. They've never even spoken to an official exorcist. I don't think that's very scientific of them. Many people in the mental health field are more open to healthy spirituality than they were in the past. We have, I think, moved past an era heavily influenced by Freud's atheism, where psychiatry was actually hostile to religion and spirituality. I don't want to prevent people who need psychiatric help from getting it. But then there are these rare cases. No amount of medical help is going to deliver them of an evil spirit. There are definite criteria, there's definite evidence. Although the evidence, while massive throughout history, is of an historical nature. If that's not good enough for you, well, you know, you're never really going to be able to understand this field.
One of Satan's schemes is to possess humans. The New Testament writings speak of several episodes where Jesus drove the demons out of people. In the 11th chapter of Luke, verse 14, Jesus was casting out a demon from a mute man. When the demon was gone, the man spoke, and the crowds were amazed. In the first chapter of Mark, verse 39, Jesus went into their synagogues throughout all Galilee, preaching and casting out demons. Catholic exorcists distinguish between ordinary satanic demonic activity or influence and extraordinary satanic or demonic activity, which may take any of 6 different forms, ranging from total control by Satan or demons to submitting voluntarily. The first form is possession. This is when Satan and demons take full possession of a person's body without their consent. This usually happens as a result of a person's actions, which leads to a heightened vulnerability to Satan's grasp. The amount of irrational, obsessive thoughts increases, usually ending in a suicidal reaction.
Well, here's something you don't see every night. First-hand accounts of real-life exorcisms from Catholic priests trained by the Vatican. They say they've seen demons in action. Take a look.
I command you, Satan, enemy of human salvation, acknowledge the justice and goodness of God the Father.
A voice comes out of the living room. Get out.
Who by his righteous judgment has damned your pride and envy.
His back starts to arch and he's like,
Depart from this servant of God, whom the Lord has made in his own image.
So he picks up the book and that baby voice again. He goes, I read this book.
Many will dismiss the idea of the devil taking possession of a person. But the priest in this tiny town near the border of Ohio and Indiana is now known all over the world for his work around just that. He never even wanted to become an exorcist and says what he's seen isn't far off the movies.
When I saw a person levitate during an exorcism during my training in Rome, you know, I think I was sitting there with my jaw wide open.
But this vision claims to capture the authentic exorcism of a woman who'd suffered abuse before turning to drugs and prostitution.
So when an exorcism is performed, the exorcist is in charge of the scene, and nobody should interject or do anything. When I was appointed in 2005, I became one of only about 12 officially appointed exorcists in the United States.
Father Vincent Lampert is one of America's few Vatican-trained exorcists, living there for 3 months to learn how it's done.
So during my time in Rome, I sat in on 40 exorcisms and was able to learn firsthand again the church's ministry to those up against the demonic.
His stories of witnessing the devil at work as a qualified exorcist are nothing short of haunting.
As soon as I started praying, she lunged at me like a wild dog. She's like, whoa!
Oh my God.
I think I jumped back 5 feet, and this voice that came out of her mouth said, well, who's he? He has no power over us.
That's what happened when he was trying to help a woman who'd become possessed at the hands of childhood trauma, raped by her father.
And I went over and laid my hands on her head and started praying, and then the demon started laughing uncontrollably at me and says, you can't get rid of us. We've been here too long and you're not strong enough.
So you remember the sound? That's what the voice sounded like?
Oh yeah, usually the manifestation is always, you can't get rid of us. We've been here too long. Again, it's that sense of wanting to instill fear.
Lampert uses various rituals, including insufflation, a breathing prayer, which with one woman roused the devil in a frightening way.
The chair flew back and hit the side of the altar. The person flew up out of the chair, and you heard a shriek, scream.
I mean, hearing that happen and visualizing that happen, the cynic in me says, I can't imagine that being a plausible thing to happen, for someone to fly off a chair and...
I mean, I just breathed, and you would have thought that they were hit with a hurricane-force wind. The chair just went back like that, and then the person, you hear this shriek as they come up out of the chair and then fall on the floor.
So that 100%, that's what happened?
That's absolutely.
That's frightening. Father Lampert tells me he's receiving about 1,800 calls, emails and letters every year from people all over the world who believe they're possessed. More than half of those, he says, come from people who aren't even Catholic or religious at all.
When I was first appointed, I would get maybe 3 or 4 calls a week. Now I get like 35 calls a week.
This massive spike in requests, he thinks, is due to religion diminishing around the world.
Because faith is in decline, when people experience something in their lives that they can't really figure out, then it leads them to believe that maybe it's something evil or demonic.
But it's not as simple as believing you're possessed and calling an exorcist. The Catholic Church has strict protocols and processes that priests must follow before deeming an exorcism to be appropriate.
Exorcists are trained to be skeptics. I should be the last person to believe that a person is possessed. Every other possible explanation needs to be exhausted before I make that determination. The very first step of the protocol would be for the person to have some type of psychiatric evaluation.
Those wanting help then have to answer a series of questions covering their psychological history and whether they've had addiction issues. They're also asked if they have had any experience or history of engaging in the occult, witchcraft, black magic, magicians, fortune tellers, crystals, wizards or game boards. Other questions include, have you ever tried to communicate with spirits, demons or the devil itself? And do you truly want to be free of the evil influences you believe are presently affecting you? Will you do what must be done?
I witnessed eyes rolled in the back of the head. I've seen eyes turn completely black, where there's just nothing there but like total darkness, foaming at the mouth.
The Catholic Church doesn't allow filming of exorcisms to protect the identity of those afflicted, but others not sanctioned by the Church have been.
Exorcisms don't take place on a dead-end street at midnight in an abandoned house during a thunderstorm.
That's where you would normally do an exorcism. Father Lampert always executes the exorcism in a sacred space, like the church itself.
So I would have the book, I would have a crucifix, would come in, and then immediately begin doing the prayer of the church.
He'll then command the demon to
By
depart.
his righteous judgment has damned your pride and envy.
At that point in the exorcism, if you see that disturbing behaviour, what do you do to counteract that?
I just continue, I stay focused on the prayer of the church, and I watch and observe everything that's taking place. And if certain parts of the ritual seem to be more effective than others, I just take a mental note of that.
Since I have done exorcisms, I am an exorcist.
3.5 hours drive north, Father Michael Maginot has conducted exorcisms on 15 different people, some needing more than one session.
Kind of surprising that words would have an effect on, a demon.
I cast you out.
But it does. They hate it. They can't stand the prayers. They can't stand being condemned.
Be gone and stay far away from this creature of God.
Father Maginot performed his most high-profile exorcism on a mother and her 3 children who lived in a home right here in the town of Gary, south of Chicago. After making headlines as the portal to hell, the house was demolished. This is where the family believes they became possessed. What started as persistent swarms of flies on the porch transpired into strange noises at night, and ultimately the mother's 12-year-old daughter levitating above her bed, unconscious.
The last night we stayed in the house, that's when it was throwing my children around.
Within months of moving into this rental home with her kids, Latoya Amons knew something wasn't right.
It picked up a lamp from out of my bedroom and threw it into the living room. It was throwing chairs. They were throwing chairs.
Father Maginot was called to the house to speak with the mum, finding what he believed to be several signs of demonic possession, including unexplainable footprints around the house.
I went to the bathroom, I went to the kitchen, if there was a leak or something, they weren't there. They were just around her, but they were wet. And I don't remember seeing them before.
During that conversation, were there any sort of key red flags that made you concerned that this was something?
Took my crucifix, put it on her. She began convulsing. And then I took it off and she stopped convulsing. I said, you are possessed. You have an aversion to holy objects.
What's claimed to have happened here at the local hospital is disturbing and backed up by medical staff who say they witnessed it in this report. The 7-year-old son started making growling sounds while his eyes rolled back into his head. His older brother then walked up a wall backwards, flipping over his grandmother.
The nurses were standing in the door, and they bagged up saying, "Oh my God, oh my God."
Whose room is this? The children's grandmother, Rosa Campbell, gave police a tour through the house, which officers recorded.
She saw it forming.
She describes a series of violent occurrences.
And pick him up and throw him into this deep freezer, head first. Like, nobody's gonna believe this, Toya. I knew it. They're gonna think everybody's crazy.
And that's the lingering question. Do demons exist? And do they inhabit the souls of people around us? What do you say to people who don't think demons are real?
There is no other explanation for certain things.
The role of the church is not to impose, but to propose. So one of the reasons I like to speak out on the topic of exorcism is just to help educate people with what the church actually believes and teaches. And then what people do with that is ultimately up to them.
Nearly 50 years after The Exorcist, the subgenre of exorcism films pioneered by William Friedkin's 1973 landmark film is still going strong. Not that exorcism was unknown in movies prior to The Exorcist, but The Exorcist spotlighted the phenomenon of possession and deliverance in an unprecedented way.
In the year 1949, Bill Blatty was an undergraduate at Georgetown University, the oldest Jesuit school in the country. While in his religious class, his religious instructor told him a story about a demonic possession and exorcism of a 14-year-old boy. Now, this story was widely publicized. It was on the front page of the Washington Post and a number of other newspapers. And the story flatly stated that there was a 14-year-old boy in Silver Spring, Maryland, who was possessed by the devil and exorcised by a group of priests at Alexian Brothers Hospital in St. Louis, Missouri. Blatty, and I guess everyone in his class, felt that if this story was true, if this could possibly be true, it would be religious nirvana. And so he set out to try and get as much information about it as he could. And of course, the church would say nothing. The church would not, and rightly so. You know, to maintain the privacy of the family, they gave out, in fact, whenever they were asked, a lot of false, incorrect information. They said that this happened in Silver Spring, Maryland. It actually happened in a smaller town nearby called Cottage City, Maryland. But the church did everything it could to protect the family and the boy. The boy was evidently successfully exorcised, and he then, later in life, went to work for NASA. And he worked for NASA for 25 years and retired owning a lot of NASA patents for his inventions. The family was Lutheran. They weren't Catholic. They went to their Lutheran minister, who said, "We don't have anything to deal with this young man's affliction, so try the Catholic Church." Which they did at the Washington, D.C. diocese. Now, as I say, Blatty couldn't get any of the facts. So he decided to write his novel as fiction. The Exorcist is a work of fiction. Whether you believe in possession and exorcism is totally up to you. It has to do with the mystery of faith, but none of us have any of these answers. None of us, nobody, no one who's ever lived, none of the greatest philosophers who ever lived know if there's a heaven or a hell or God or angels and demons. It is a matter of your belief system or no belief system. But I think one of the reasons you're here tonight is because we're all curious about the possibility of the supernatural. I certainly was.
Well, I hope you find what you're looking for in your struggle with darkness. Whether you believe in demons or not. I myself, I exercise regularly. Unlike Linda, I'm Linnea Quigley, and you're watching Paranormal Truth. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Linnea Quigley, for Paranormal Truth. We will be having an in-depth discussion about reality and conspiracy theory. We will focus on Satanism or devil worship.
Hello, my name is Patrick Allen, and this is Linnea Quigley's Paranormal Truth, a series of films where we delve into the paranormal world of the unknown. In this episode, we are going to investigate the scary world of devil worship, also known as Satanism. Does the author of evil exist, or is he just a tool of control for the church? Can a person gain wealth and power by bowing to the Dark One? And is it worth the cost?
Back in the 80s and early 90s, a wave of troubling accusations swept across North America.
New and intense scrutiny on the activities of satanic cults.
Stories of devil worship and satanic cults corrupting young minds.
Unbelievable crime at the hands of satanic cults.
There were terrifying tales of secret satanic cults bent on tormenting and corrupting the young. Heavy metal music had hidden satanic messages.
Possibly satanic messages on some rock music recordings.
And games like Dungeons and Dragons were luring kids to devil worship. And it got even stranger.
Allegations of physical and sexual abuse of children at a babysitting service. The dark world of ritualistic child abuse.
There's a widely held opinion that what happened at the daycare was the devil's handiwork.
Underground networks of Satanists were infiltrating daycares and preschools to physically and sexually abuse children in occult rituals. Much of what fueled the panic was not real. But these claims led to a wave of high-profile criminal trials in the US, Canada, and beyond. The cases often followed a similar pattern, some as young as 2 years old, in ways now known to produce false allegations. Children began to talk about animal sacrifices, blood rituals, secret tunnels, even cannibalism. Police would lay charges, prosecutors would take them to court, and the media would report uncritically on what seemed to be a growing threat.
Authorities searched frantically for evidence of an apparent ritual abuse epidemic across North America.
Some cases would fall apart at trial or during appeal. Others resulted in wrongful convictions. Many of the accused spent years in prison, while others faced financial ruin and damaged reputations. As it turns out, the Satanic Panic may have its origins in Canada. When asked about the spark that set off the hellfire, many experts point to this book, Michelle Remembers, published in 1980, written by Canadian psychiatrist Lawrence Pastor and his former patient, Michelle Smith. The book provided a template for the allegations of satanic ritual abuse that followed. Pastor claimed he helped Smith recover repressed memories from her early childhood of a terrifying initiation into a secret cabal of Satanists operating near Victoria, British Columbia.
They would put me in cages, they would sacrifice animals, they would have a lot of candles and chanting and bizarre things I had never seen.
Did people think this was a fantasy, that you'd made this all up? It was such hocus pocus that it couldn't possibly have happened?
Well, I was one of the first to stand up and start to recount these kinds of things and to bring it publicly.
There was no evidence or witnesses to Smith's account, yet Pastor presented the book as a true story.
The hard evidence is difficult to find because if a child is sacrificed, that child's body isn't going to be left. If it's an Orthodox satanic cult, they're going to burn the body and they're going to eat it during ceremony, so they'll leave no evidence around.
Michelle Remembers was also one of the first books to suggest that underground satanic networks were not only real, but were infiltrating communities in an organized effort. Anyone could be a Satanist, your next-door neighbor, your dentist, or your daycare provider. It was an idea that stuck with many readers.
The book is called Michelle Remembers.
The book became an overnight sensation, and Pastor and Smith received a lucrative publishing deal, about $1.2 million in today's dollars. It also established Pastor as a sought-after expert on the burgeoning phenomenon of ritual abuse, a term he coined himself. There was even talk of a movie deal with Dustin Hoffman playing Pastor. For the McMartin preschool trial in Manhattan Beach, California, where 7 daycare workers were accused of ritually abusing children, Pastor was flown down to be an expert consultant in satanic cults for the prosecution. In another ritual abuse case in Bakersfield, California, Michelle Remembers was used as training material by social workers who believed they had uncovered an extensive satanic pedophile ring. Specialists in satanic ideology were suddenly in high demand as more and more ritual abuse cases went to trial. In Austin, Texas, another self-styled satanic cult expert was used to secure the convictions of daycare owners Dan and Fran Keller, who spent decades in prison before being exonerated. It became increasingly common to see ritual crime training seminars led by psychologists, church groups, and even the police. This is former FBI agent Ken Lanning, who studied the spread of the panic in the 80s.
All these people network with each other, and they'd all get together and go to seminars and discussions, and they'd be told this is what Satanists do and this is how they do it. And so all that is planted through the use of these kinds of techniques, hypnosis and other ways, that cause the spread of this kind of stuff. So many people say, well, you can't identify these cases unless you've been trained to learn about them. And some of that training becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
The commercial success of Michelle Remembers inspired dozens of copycat memoirs, which further amplified the perception that satanic ritual abuse was widespread. But there was never any evidence of a satanic conspiracy. In 1994, a psychologist from the University of California researched over 12,000 accusations of ritual abuse, but found no substantiated reports of organized satanic groups who sexually abused children. In later years, as the panic died down, Pastor tried to distance himself from the claims he made in Michelle Remembers.
I'm not there to believe or not believe. I'm there to try and understand what they're trying to tell me of an experience, whether that has actually happened to them or that is their way of trying to express a profound pain that they've experienced.
But neither he nor Smith ever publicly renounced the book's allegations. This strange period of moral hysteria serves as a reminder of what can happen when we abandon the pursuit of facts for a more sensational fiction. The question is, have we learned our lesson?
Is there a well-organized plot, an insidious design right now to program and influence the minds of our children towards the occult and witchcraft?
Accusations that various groups have been practicing Satanism have been made throughout much of Christian history. During the Middle Ages, the Inquisition attached to the Catholic Church alleged that various heretical Christian sects and groups, such as the Knights Templar and the Cathars, performed secret satanic rituals. In the subsequent early modern period, belief in a widespread satanic conspiracy of witches resulted in mass trials of alleged witches across Europe and the North American colonies. Accusations that satanic conspiracies were active and behind such events as Protestantism, and conversely the Protestant claim that the Pope was the Antichrist, and the French Revolution, continued to be made in Christendom during the 18th to the 20th century. The idea of a vast satanic conspiracy reached new heights with the influential Taxil hoax of France in the 1890s, which claimed that Freemasonry worshipped Satan, Lucifer, and Baphomet in their rituals. In the 1980s and 90s, the satanic ritual abuse hysteria spread through the United States and the United Kingdom amid fears that groups of Satanists were regularly sexually abusing and murdering children in their rites. In most of these cases, there is no corroborating evidence that any of those accused of Satanism were actually practitioners of a satanic religion or guilty of the allegations leveled at them. Since the 19th century, various small religious groups have emerged that identify as Satanists or use satanic iconography. The Satanist groups that appeared after the 1960s are widely diverse, but two major trends are theistic Satanism and atheistic Satanism. Theistic Satanists venerate Satan as a supernatural deity, viewing him not as omnipotent, but rather as a patriarch. In contrast, atheistic Satanists regard Satan as merely a symbol of certain human traits. Contemporary religious Satanism is predominantly an American phenomenon. The idea is spreading elsewhere with the effects of globalization and the internet. The internet spreads awareness of other Satanists and is also the main battleground for Satanist disputes. Satanism started to reach Central and Eastern Europe in the 1990s, in time with the fall of the Soviet Union, and most noticeably in Poland and Lithuania, predominantly Roman Catholic countries. Two of the biggest components of Satanism were Aleister Crowley, the granddaddy of them all, followed by Anton LaVey, who would later form the Church of Satan.
In case anyone's never heard of him, Aleister Crowley was an English poet. He was born in 1875 to a wealthy family who were members of the Plymouth Brethren, a particularly conservative Christian group. Crowley's upbringing was so religious and so strict that as a child his only reading material was the King James Bible. By the time he reached adolescence, however, Crowley had come to despise the religious and moral hypocrisy of his family and began rebelling against their fundamentalist values. Although Crowley went on to achieve some fame as a poet and mountaineer, he is mainly remembered today as the most infamous mystic, magician, and occultist of the 20th century. And Crowley acquired his notoriety primarily because of his criticism of organized religion, his very open and libertarian stance on sexuality and drug use, and his tendency to write frankly and unapologetically about these topics. And he also considered himself a prophet, and at the beginning of the 20th century he founded a new religious movement called Thelema. Crowley claimed that in 1904 he received a religious revelation in the form of an inspired text known as the Book of the Law. The Book of the Law proclaims the beginning of a new religious paradigm for mankind and announces the law of Thelema. The principal tenets of Thelema are: every man and every woman is a star, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, love is the law, love under will, and there is no law beyond do what thou wilt. And Crowley interpreted the law of Thelema to mean that every individual is intrinsically divine, and as such, each individual has a divine right to pursue their own personal path through life. For Crowley, the point of life is for each person to discover and fulfill their unique purpose in the universe, which he called accomplishing their true will. He equated discovering your true will with activating your own personal genius and realizing your own divinity. For Crowley, transforming consciousness was the key to activating your own genius, particularly transforming consciousness such that you dissolve the boundary between the ego and the non-ego, which he equated with a mystical or religious experience. And these experiences are the goal of Crowley's system of practical occultism. The motto of his system is the method of science, the aim of religion. And this means marrying scientific experimental methodologies to religious practices in order to understand the physiological and psychological processes that produce mystical experiences and to reap the benefits of these experiences. So Crowley would have been extremely interested in the scientific research into the production of mystical experiences that many people here are actually currently researching. Crowley recommended 2 techniques to transform consciousness. The first is the Eastern discipline of yogic meditation, which he learned in Ceylon and India. And Crowley depicted yoga as an introverted method of transforming consciousness, in which the mind is contracted to a single point until normal consciousness is transcended. The second technique is Western ceremonial magic, or magic with a K as Crowley spelled it, which he learned while he was a member of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn was a magical secret society founded towards the end of the 19th century that instructed its members in the theory and practice of ceremonial magic. Essentially, it was like a Hogwarts school of witchcraft and wizardry for wealthy Victorians. And Crowley depicted ceremonial magic as an extroverted method of transforming consciousness, in which the magician's consciousness is ritually exalted by words, symbols, instruments, and gestures until normal consciousness is transcended. And Crowley also postulated an intrinsic and essential connection between sex, drugs, and religion. For him, the bliss of sex and the intoxicating effects of drugs are analogous to the blissful intoxications of consciousness that accompany religious experiences. And Crowley combined his own meditative and magical practices with a wide variety of drugs, including hashish, cocaine, heroin, morphine, ether, chloroform, and peyote. However, Crowley's practice of ritualistically combining sex and drugs for religious purposes basically earned him a sinister reputation as a black magician. Although he died in relative obscurity at the age of 72 in 1947, Crowley became something of an icon during the 1960s. His philosophy of love and freedom, his progressive views about sexuality and drug use, his interest in exotic spiritual practices were all very much in tune with the atmosphere of the psychedelic 60s. The Beatles, for example, included Crowley's face on the famous cover of their Sgt. Pepper's album. And Dr. Timothy Leary sometimes said that he saw his own work as a continuation of Crowley's.
I don't see how sincerity could be involved in such a silly so-called religion.
He have completely sold himself to the devil. He have no part of God. Everything he do over there is no part of God. Nothing God had anything to do with. It's something he created in his own mind.
I think they're nuts. No, they come in, you know, they're nice doctors and lawyers and very prominent people. And then they come in and they turn into completely different people.
Anton Xander LaVey was born Howard Stanton LaVey, April 11th in 1930, and died October 29th in 1997. He was an American author, musician, and occultist. He was the founder of the Church of Satan and the religion of LaVeyan Satanism. He authored several books, including the Satanic Bible, the Satanic Rituals, the Satanic Witch, the Devil's Notebook, and Satan Speaks. In addition, he released 3 albums, including the Satanic Mass, Satan Takes a Holiday, and Strange Music. He played a minor on-screen role and served as technical advisor for the 1975 film The Devil's Reign, and served as host and narrator for Nick Bogas' 1989 Mondo film Death Scenes. LaVey was the subject of numerous articles and news media throughout the world, including popular magazines such as Look, McCall's, Newsweek, and Time, and men's magazines. He also appeared on talk shows such as The Joe Pine Show, Donahue, and The Tonight Show, and in 2 feature-length documentaries, Satanis in 1969 and Speak of the Devil, The Canon of Anton LaVey in 1993. 2 official biographies have been written on LaVey, including The Devil's Avenger by Burton H. Wolfe, published in 1974, and The Secret Life of a Satanist by Blanche Barton, published in 1990.
And they think of it as an evil kind of philosophy until I begin to discuss the philosophy of Satanism with them from the standpoint of view of being opposed to hypocrisy.
Well, it occurred to me for many, many years that there was a large gray area between psychiatry and religion that was untapped, and no religion had ever been based on man's carnal needs or his fleshly pursuits. All religions are based on abstinence rather than indulgence, and all religions, therefore, have to be based on fear. Well, we don't feel that fear is necessary to base a religion on. The fact that religions for thousands of years have been telling people what they should do and what they shouldn't do according to the basic whims of a person who might be running the show is very understandable. We're realists, we Satanists, but we also feel that a person has to be good to themselves before they can be good to other people. So we feel the greatest sin of all is self-deceit. This is a very selfish religion. We believe in greed, we believe in selfishness, we believe in all of the lustful thoughts that motivate man, because this is man's natural feeling. This is based on what man naturally would do.
He's been in the neighborhood about 14 years, and I always knew him as Tony, and just a nice, or a little more dramatic than most men in the neighborhood, perhaps, but I certainly don't, I think he's very learned on the subject. He's done a lot of reading on magic and all of that.
Actually, I don't know what kind of man he is, because his appearance is very nice. He makes very good impression. He has very soft voice, and he talks so smooth, so, you know, so pleasant. And as soon as you meet him, you think he's a very, very nice man, you know. But because something going wrong, definitely, over there, I just had a feeling I can't trust him.
A very undesirable type of a neighbor. The property is not kept up, especially in the back. The overgrown backyard, weeds, the vent drain pipes from the roofs are all shot. And the minute the winter hits in, the wind, the slightest heavy wind blows most of this roof on my backyard. I am out there picking up shingles and pieces of tar paper.
Before he used to have all his hair, just like curly head of hair. Now he shaved his head and wears the collar. And and being a Satanist minister, this too is something sort of sets him apart. And I think rather original for him to have conceived this idea. Oh, according to this publicity man that I met, this publicity man and Mr. LaVey came upon the idea that with his owning a lion, the Satanist church would be a wonderful offshoot, and since he did evidently believe in the devil, they hit upon the idea of the Satanist church.
It's an attempt. It's an attempt at imitating Orthodox religion, and as an attempt to establish one by forms and ritual. He attempts to establish an actual religion. He has officiated, at least in the newspapers, and there's pictures of it, officiated at one death. And he has officiated at marriages and christenings.
We feel guilt is a necessary thing, not necessary that it's practiced at all times, but we're stuck with it. We have it in our collective unconscious. We have a certain amount of feeling of apprehension for things we've done because we're taught from childhood not to do certain things. Any attempt to sort of scrape the psyche clean is only going to make us much more and certainly much more fraught with frustrations and tensions. So what we've done is just reverse the procedure. Instead of trying to free ourselves, we've taken all these hang-ups, we've turned them into useful situations. If you're going to be a sinner, be the best sinner on the block. If you're going to do something that's naughty, do it, and realize that you're doing something naughty and enjoy it.
Being such strong believers as we are in the Mormon religion, of course there was great conflict. It seems as if a belief in flesh, I mean, in doing per se what you want to do while you're here upon this earth, not worrying about a life to come and the fact that God has commanded us to do certain things.
There are women, they are without clothes, naked. And men are in kind of black, I don't know even the name of those clothes, you know. Just a kind of high hat on a top. And they're all covered in black. And what I can see from my window sometimes, it's a red light. And in this red light, those silhouettes, you know, like devils, I would say. And one silhouette, a big one, on the left side, I don't know, maybe it's him standing over the whole crowd and preaching probably.
Most people who don't know anything about it or him, I mean, I've met people who say, oh, you live next door to the man who believes in the devil, you know, and they get all excited and think that, you know, some horrible goings on.
Definitely, I think that Christian churches, they should be maybe active somehow. They should do something about it.
Well, of course, this is not the first time that this sort of thing has been apparent in the history of the Christian Church. From the very beginning, in the fourth gospel, this conflict of good and evil is brought forth very pointedly by a contrast between light and darkness. And the quotation from St. John's Gospel is, "For men love darkness rather than light, because their deeds are evil." I would not want to dignify this work out here by calling it a church. It certainly doesn't have the ethical content that I think the Christian church has. And we certainly should keep our ethics high. And I think that this sort of thing that goes on here is anything but that.
Myself, I have naturally many of the same problems, the trials and tribulations of any regular minister, of any other church. The only thing that really presents a difference is the fact that I cannot perhaps be sanctimonious about things, but I can do anything that I want to. I can pursue any kind of lustful desires that I might feel. I can engage in any activities that are so-called sinful activities and not really worry about any ecumenical councils making it right for me to do these things.
Okay, now for me to stand up and say, this is wrong, you shouldn't be there, everything you're doing is morally wrong and legally wrong, then I'm denying him his right. I'm denying him his right to say that he believes in the Satanic Church, that he stands up for what he believes in. You know, and this is his own prerogative. I mean, if he wants to do it, let him do it. And I think more power to him that he has the courage to stand up to quite a few bigoted people.
So how worried should we be? What do you think? When will our evil overlords appear? I'm Linnea Quigley for Paranormal Truth. are witches, pagans, and druids. Images of green-skinned women hovering around a boiling cauldron come to mind. Now, they used to be noble spiritual advisors. Why did they become so despised and hated? We will find out on this episode of Paranormal Truth. I'm Linnea Quigley, and you're watching Paranormal Truth.
Hello, my name is Patrick Allen, and this is Linnea Quigley's Paranormal Truth, a series of films where we delve into the paranormal world of the unknown. In this episode, we are going to investigate the scary world of witchcraft. Who are witches, pagans, and druids? What are their secret rituals? Can one harness the power of nature, or is this just a creation of those who long to dance naked amongst the trees by the light of the moon? Witchcraft is the practice of magical skills, spells, and abilities. Witchcraft is a broad term that varies culturally and societally, and thus can be difficult to define with precision. Historically, the most common meaning is the use of supernatural means to cause harm to the innocent. This remains the meaning in most traditional cultures worldwide, notably the indigenous cultures of Asia, Latin America, Africa, the African diaspora, and indigenous nations in the Americas. One of the most important venues to the witchcraft community is in Cornwall, England, the Wicker Museum at Boscastle. The Museum of Witchcraft and Magic is a museum established in 1951 that aims to shed a light on the long history of magic, witchcraft, and the world of the occult. In the small cottage that lies on the quaint harbor of Boscastle is a museum that has over 10,000 artifacts, from talismans, ancient goddesses, paintings, witch trial equipment, brooms, books, and curiosities. You can find nearly everything related to the mystical and supernatural, as well as owning thousands of magic-related artifacts. It's now been recognized as a valuable education center. It acts as a bridge of understanding and acceptance of something not always widely understood.
Magic is one of these traditions. It's a very important part of our culture, and it has often been written out of ordinary histories.
People come out of here having learnt something and having enjoyed themselves.
Power of wind have I over thee. Power of flame have I over thee. Power of wave have I over thee. Power of earth have I over thee.
The fire, water, return, 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 return.
It was started by an interesting character called Cecil Williamson. Ran in the Isle of Man for several years, along with another chap who later became quite well known, a chap called Gerald Gardner. And then in 1960 he came here to Boscastle. We've been here ever since. Witchcraft isn't Satanism, it's not devil worship.
This connection between folklore and witchcraft, you know, witchcraft isn't all robes and dancing in the moonlight, it's everyday stuff that people have done for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Give you a medicine made out of herbs, but also tell you to throw herbs onto the fire. Nettle out, dock in, dock remove the nettle sting.
Return, return, return. The earth, the air, the fire, the water, return, return.
There is an inherent magic in ordinary natural objects.
The open door. Spells alive. By knot of 6,
go out on a windy day and tie 3 knots in a cord and knot the wind into the cord and then sell the rope to sailors, and then when they needed a fair wind they would untie one of the knots.
My knot of 9, the thing is mine.
Using a lot of poetry and imagery, even when you're using natural objects. It's the way that you kind of connect the spiritual and the artistic.
Crystals in general, like this wonderful crystal of Osman Spares. Dark mirrors. We've got a lovely dark mirror of Cecil Williamson's downstairs. Mirrors that are not fully reflective. And they were aids, they're tools to help you enter into a state of mind where you're open to the spirits, the demons. It is the most talked about item in the museum.
Mother, I feel you.
This is what most people think of when they think of witchcraft, of course, is dolls with pins in. Involving putting parts, fingernails, hair cuttings and that in of the person to be cursed in the pocket. Some names and addresses of people written on them.
I shall go into a hair with sorrow and sighing and mickle care.
They're some of the most magical items in the museum, and I think they ooze magic. Because if you heard the mandrake scream, you'd die.
We invoke the Queen of Queens,
Great place for the modern witch to come and learn not only what went on in the distant past, but in the relatively close past as well.
Grant us peace and grant us love. Lead thy children here below.
Awful lot of people come to see Crowley's Chalice. A man that had a huge influence on an awful lot of people, and you couldn't call it witchcraft, but the museum is wider than witchcraft. This is magic. He told me of his collection in Holland, and we ended up going over to see it. And later, when he died, the collection was left to us. And it's this fantastic collection of magical artifacts of which we know very little.
Magic is constantly changing, and yet at the same time it actually has roots which go back a very long way.
But we don't know. As with a lot of the stuff in this museum, I think one of the lovely things about magic is we don't understand it, certainly don't fully understand it, and we don't know why certain emblems, certain symbols are used. They just are, and we just have to accept that these things are magical.
At Boscastle in Cornwall, on the quay where the witches used to whistle up the wind, there is a witch house, full of curious objects, including a tableau depicting the Black Mass. Its owner is Cecil Hugh Williamson, who gives his own account of what goes on behind the scenes of a seemingly innocuous organization.
Today, we have got this very sound and practical system
which after all is the basis of all spy systems, and any Russian person running an intelligence service or German or French would recognize it at once. You've got the cell system, where the cell works, but it has its link man. So you can imagine this scene. As a local coven of a district has its meetings every once in a while, and so what happens is that you find a group of people making tracks to the meeting place, but they don't all drive there and arrive and fill up a car park. No, for secrecy and security, what they'll do is they'll go in their Austin 1000s or what have you, and they'll gather at, if there's a lot of them, they may use 2 pubs, so that you have no more than 5, 6, 8 people meeting at a pub at the end of the thing. They'll leave some of the cars there and go off in 1 or 2 cars, and they will then drive off to this country house or maybe a farmhouse. And in appearances, it's exactly what it is, a pleasant house, living in the country, possibly retired people, nicely kept gardens, cars will drive up. Any locals will say, oh, well, Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so are having a little cocktail party and get together. Eventually one of the people will come and say, well, quieten down, everybody, he's arrived. By the word he, they refer, of course, to the man in black, the Coven leader. Now, the Coven leader sometimes is seen, but very rarely these days. The system is practically the same everywhere, is that there's a door which is left open and leading into the room where the guests are assembled. People quieten down, shade the lights down a little bit to a quiet light, and a runner, which is the man in black's secretary or scribe, will make all the arrangements. He's like a major domo. And the major things they do is that when the preliminaries are done, they start about the business in hand today. Ever since the dawn of time, there have always been people that want things. They want somebody else's wife, they want health, they want youth, they want this, that, and the other. And the witch, as the word witchcraft says, they are in trade. It's a business. You pay your money and you get a result for it. And so with the witchcraft business and all the witches, they've always referred to their customers as wanters, because that is exactly what it is. If you can't get it in the shop down the street, if the law doesn't provide it for you, well, then you go to the witch. How do you join? Oh, that's probably the most common question that I'm asked. All sorts of people are dead keen to become witches and join witchcraft covens. Well, the short answer to that is you don't join. The witches select their replacements very, very carefully, and anybody with a little bit of common sense who sits down and gives it a little bit of thought will see why. After all, you're going into a most exclusive organization whose work, mostly for their wanters, is beyond the law. In fact, let's be blunt about it. You join a witchcraft coven and you may, are almost certain to at some time, be a murderer or murderess. There are times in this world when people have said it, often in best of families, be better off if he was dead. That little sentence, if you think about it, is not an isolated or a rare thing. It's all too common. There are many, many women and men up and down the countryside who loathe and detest people. And they are the people who go to the witches and ask for that very useful, expensive, and practical service, elimination. How do they eliminate a person? Well, broadly speaking, there are 2 methods. One is that you use the practical things which are already on this earth. By that I mean you can poison a person or such like things. On the other, which is more interesting and actually the one they prefer to use, you make use of the spirit forces. Now that may sound a very tall order to you, but it comes in the category of mesmerizing a person, influencing their mind and controlling them. I'll give you an example. Shall we say there's a wife wants to get rid of a awkward, we use the word caddish husband, a blackguard. Well, he works in some place like most people. He has a car, probably on the way home he has a drink with the boys, and so the witch, having once received her commission, will get one of her runners to watch all his movements, and she finds that he goes into the Black Dog at such and such a time, and he has a drink there, and then he drives home, or he goes off to the house of his mistress or what have you. So the procedure is quite simple, is that arrangements are made for the witch to go to the pub, and she will be in the bar there, be quite close to the target, as you might say, and she can either speak to him direct, get to know him, or she can actually do it with her back turned to him. And what she does is she gives her particular spirit, and I ask you to believe this, because when you're talking about witchcraft, you do step into the world beyond, which the average person knows very little about, but it's so real. And she will instruct this spirit force to latch onto this fellow, and the instructions to it are very simple. She just says, make this man go to sleep in 15 minutes, or half an hour, whatever it may be, knowing full well that he'll finish his drink up, and he'll go out to the car park and get in his car and start to drive home, and he will black out.
Witchcraft has gradually evolved over time, and will continue to do so. Throughout the ages, the term witch has labeled healers, medicine men, seers, and every mystical practitioner in between. Not all witches worship the goddess, as witches are labeled as such in many areas, religions, and traditions of the world. Up until around 1020 AD, witches were seen in a positive light. Healers, wise ones, seers. Many of them also understood how to use plants and nature for healing, and used these skills to help others. All of that changed under Pope Benedict VIII. He executed the first heretic, a witch, in 1022. Thus, the burning times had begun, and would continue for over 753 years in Europe. People of all races, creeds, and religions, including children, were killed en masse throughout this time. Torture and death for witches was commonplace. One method was to find the witch's mark, which was a place on the body that felt no pain. Suspected witches were tormented with needles over every inch of their body, in an attempt to find the witch's mark and prove that they were a witch. Another method was to bind an accused witch's hands and feet together and throw them into a river. It was believed by James I that since water is a holy substance, it would keep witches pushed to the surface. Unfortunately, the accused would die either way. If they sank, they'd typically drown, and if they floated, they were burned at the stake. The burning times forced most real witches to practice in secret. Starting in 1930, there has been a slow re-emergence of witchcraft, of multiple traditions. The leader of the New Age movement of witchcraft is and was Gerald Gardner. In 1938, a 52-year-old ex-colonial gent called Gerald Gardner retired with his wife to the south coast of England. From the New Forest, Gerald Gardner would become England's most famous witch and form the religion Wicca.
Dr. Gerald Rosso Gardner is a qualified scientist. He is also a witch.
Is it not a fact that these meetings are really very largely sexual orgies?
They're not. Not in the least.
In 1954, a book appeared titled Witchcraft Today. It was written by a Dr. Gerald Rosso Gardner. In the book, Gardner said, in effect, what Margaret Murray suggested is true. Witchcraft was a religion, and in fact it still is. I know because I'm a witch. Finally, a practicing witch had come forward to give their side of the story, to start the long, hard job of restoring the balance. Gardner, after a lifetime of studying religio-magic around the world, finally retired and settled back in his native England. There, in the 1930s, he came into contact with what seemed to be one of the last surviving covens of the old religion. He was excited and delighted enough with what he found to want to run out and tell everyone how wrong they had been about witches. But he had to wait until the 1950s before he could do so. Gardner believed that the coven to which he belonged was one of the last remaining. He felt that the craft, witchcraft, really was on the edge of extinction. He was surprised and delighted when, on the publication of his book, he started to hear from many other covens across Europe, each of them in turn believing themselves to be the last alive. Gardner took over a museum of witchcraft and magic, started by Cecil Williamson on the Isle of Man in the middle of the Irish Sea. It was housed in an old mill, itself for centuries associated with the local Arbory witches. This became his headquarters, and from there he put out a second book, complementing the first, entitled The Meaning of Witchcraft. Until his death on February the 12th, 1964, Gardner was rightfully regarded as the grand old man of witchcraft, being solely responsible for igniting the flame of Wiccan revival. All present-day Wiccans owe Gardner a deep debt of gratitude, for without his pioneering work in straightening misconceptions, it's doubtful the old religion will be back where it is today. With the revelation that Wicca was not only an organized religion, but a benevolent one at that, championing love and joy, many people came to see its tenets as refreshing and eminently sensible, and very much preferable when compared to the doom and gloom of modern-day Western religions. The return of the old religion had begun. I was myself responsible for introducing Wicca, Gardner's branch of it, to the United States, having been initiated by his high priestess only the year before he died. This was a time when there was no modern witchcraft visible in this country. Initially, Gardnerian, the name given to his modified form of Celtic Wicca, was the only form of the religion available. It took many years for others to gain courage from Gardner and from his example and to stand up and be recognized. But soon it became apparent not only that the craft was alive and well, but also, as with Christianity, that there were many different forms of the old religion being practiced and therefore available to the seeker. In recent years, there has been some dispute as to whether today's Wicca is truly a direct descendant of the old religion of pre-Christianity, or whether it is a much newer, 20th century-born variety, merely claiming lineage. This is a dispute that will probably continue for generations. I think it's unimportant which it is. The main thing is that present-day witchcraft is now a full-blooded, thriving religion, filling the spiritual needs of tens of thousands of people around the world. We live in an age of reason, when people are encouraged to think and choose for themselves. This is also, supposedly, an age of religious tolerance. Hopefully, we can confirm that by seeing Wicca finally become accepted for what it is, just another religious path that leads to the same center. And what of the future of Wicca? It still has a very long way to go to be generally accepted for what it is. Let's not forget that we have centuries of propaganda to overcome. Yet overcome it we shall, of that I'm certain. It will continue to be a long uphill climb, with plenty of temporary setbacks. But so long as there are Wiccans willing to work at educating Cowans, non-witches, and willing to keep straightening out the misconceptions, then one day, I'm sure, we'll finally win back our religious freedom.
Once the witchcraft laws were repealed in 1951, witchcraft started to grow more rapidly. Two main New Age groups emerged, one headed by Gerald Gardner and one headed by Doreen Valente. Gardner was the main influencer of the Wicca tradition until his death in 1964, and is still a major influencer. Valente has been just as important, however, as she wrote the Wiccan Read, and integrated beautiful poetry, lore, and mystique into commonly used rituals and spells. The number of people involved in witchcraft has continued to grow into the millions. Popular witchcraft authors such as Starhawk, Cunningham, Buckland, Telesco, and Ravenwolf have contributed to this modern-day resurgence. There still are a lot of misconceptions, and many witches still are not comfortable coming out of the broom closet. Though tolerance has slowly improved, it is still not even close to where it needs to be.
From ancient healer, priest, to scapegoat, witches have and will play an integral part in our society. I'm Linnea Quigley, and thank you so much for joining us for Paranormal Truth. Tonight we're going to be looking at the Devil's Gate Dam. I'm Linnea Quigley, your host, and you're watching Paranormal Truth.
Hello, my name is Patrick Allen, and this is Linnea Quigley's Paranormal Truth, a series of films where we delve into the paranormal world of the unknown. In this episode, we are going to investigate the scary world of the Devil's Gate Dam, also known as the Portal to Hell, and the Suicide Bridge in Pasadena, shunned by indigenous peoples, home to the sinister, Aleister Crowley-inspired sex magic rituals performed by the likes of Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, and more recently the scene of child disappearances. This cursed location truly is a portal to hell.
I am heading out with Alex to a location that is known for being one of the gateways to hell. Devil's Gate Dam. There's reports of people committing suicide there, evidence of satanic rituals, and multiple kids have gone missing in and around Devil's Gate, and were never found.
Oh, there's many legends associated with Devil's Gate Dam. Its name alone, Devil's Gate, leads people to believe that it is one of the gates to hell.
Wow. This is nuts. Anybody here?
Who's here with us? Make your presence known.
The aptly named Devil's Gate Dam was constructed in 1920 in the Pasadena area of California to control floodwaters coming down from the San Gabriel Mountains through the Arroyo Seco, and was aptly named for an odd rock outcropping nearby that looks vaguely like a horned devil's face, complete with a pointed chin. Even before the dam was built, the area was steeped in dark myths and legends by the native peoples that lived there. It was said to be the haunt of numerous evil spirits. In later years, the area would lose none of its purported paranormal qualities, and in the 1940s attracted the attention of Caltech rocket scientist and noted occultist Jack Parsons, one of the founders of the Jet Propulsion Labs, and also heavily involved with a mystical cult called the Ordo Templi Orientis, which was based on the teachings of famed occultist and magician Aleister Crowley. Parsons believed the energy of the Devil's Gate Dam area to be potent, and indeed Crowley himself had allegedly called it one of the 7 gates of hell. Because of this mystical energy, Parsons took part in a variety of magical rituals here which are said to have actually succeeded in opening a portal to a dark dimension, possibly hell itself, from which negative energy and strange, twisted entities could pass over into our world. Indeed, it is rumored that Parsons intentionally chose this area as the location for the Jet Propulsion Laboratory campus, primarily due to this magical energy permeating it, which he believed could be channeled and harnessed to help in their endeavors.
I'll turn off the light.
This place is pitch black. It's really dark tonight. It tells me shit.
From the back, I thought this was all like trash or just paper, but it's all flowers. You think somebody was doing like a ritual here?
I don't know, dude. It does look weird too.
That's weird.
uncomfortable right here. Oh shit. Is that you? I told you, something's here. Oh, I'm getting the chills bad. Oh, I'm getting the chills bad. Oh, I'm getting the chills bad.
What the fuck was that?
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Dude, Can you make the red pot go off again?
I'll turn off the light.
I also have the K2 meter in the middle, so you can go up to anyone you like.
Did you hear that?
I heard that again.
Did you hear that?
I heard that again, dude. What is that?
Fueling the sinister reputation of the Devil's Gate Dam was a series of mysterious vanishings and murders of children here in the 50s and 60s. 13-year-old Donald Lee Baker and 11-year-old Brenda Howell both went missing as they rode their bicycles through a recreation area near the dam in 1956, vanishing to leave behind only their bicycles and a jacket. 13 years later, their disappearance would be solved when serial killer Mac Ray Edwards finally confessed to murdering the two children and burying their corpses under the asphalt of a freeway. Two other vanishings that happened at the Devil's Gate Dam were not so easily solved, and indeed remain total unsolved mysteries. In March of 1957, 8-year-old Tommy Bowman was hiking in the area with his family when he ran ahead, rounded a bend, and seemingly vanished from the face of the earth. Despite extensive searches and investigation, he has never been found. In 1960, 6-year-old Bruce Kremen was at a YMCA summer camp in the vicinity of the dam when he told his counselor he was not feeling well. He then made his way back to the nearby camp, only about 300 yards away, and seemed to have stepped off the face of the earth. He never arrived at the camp and was never found, despite intensive searches. Does any of this have anything to do with the area's mystical, dark reputation? No one knows.
I felt like a flash. Did you see that too?
No, I was facing you. I was prepping to film you.
I saw it on the top and on the ceiling. If you're the devil, show yourself in front of us. That's how dark it is in here, guys.
Would you hear that? Would you hear that?
Hello? Can you show yourself again? Oh, dude, it showed itself. It's literally, look at it. It's literally right in front of the candle. Look at that. Dude, look at that.
What the?
It's literally right in front of the candle.
What is it doing?
Dude, another one popped out. Look.
That's two, dude. What is it doing?
Oh, it disappeared, dude. What the fuck was that, dude? Dude, it sounded like a fucking hiss. Wow, I got the fucking chills bad right now. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Who are you, dude? I'm literally fucking shaking, dude.
I'm not feeling good.
Who are you? Do you not want us in here?
Dude, I hear something.
Dude, that That hiss scared the shit out of me. Dude, I'm literally shaking.
What the fuck was
I'm
that?
fucking hearing voices, dude.
Did you hear like a...
I'm hearing fucking voices, but that hiss, man, that was fucking something else.
I told you, I just kept seeing things at the gate. On the right side, something like popping in, looking at us, and then like disappearing.
Oh shit! This is an investigation I'll never forget. The whole time in there, it felt like Alex and I weren't alone. This location is definitely going down in the books for one of the creepiest places I've been to. Beware of Devil's Gate.
Colorado Street Bridge is notoriously known as Suicide Bridge due to unfortunate events that plague it. Pasadena built the bridge in 1913 to cross a chasm that divided the growing town. The bridge is beautiful and considered a marvel at the time. Unfortunately, people started to use it to end their lives. The first suicide happened in 1919, and more than 50 people committed suicide from it by 1932. That's when it picked up its nickname, Suicide Bridge. Today, more than 150 people have killed themselves, most recently in June 2013. Pasadena built a fence in 1993 to stop people from jumping off. It has slowed the number of deaths, but a few people still succeed every year. The more documented ghosts on the bridge include a man wearing wire-rimmed glasses, the leaping woman, and a woman looking for her baby. The male spirit is reportedly silent. He walks the length of the bridge and disappears into the night. The leaping woman does exactly what it sounds like. She wears a robe, climbs over the rail, and leaps into the night. Again, she seems silent. Lastly, the woman looking for her baby is unique among the spirits on the bridge. Allegedly, she committed suicide in 1937. Her husband left her and their newborn daughter. She became distraught and went to the bridge to die with her daughter. The woman threw the baby over the rail first, and then she jumped to her death. However, the baby landed in a tree and survived. Today, the woman appears in period clothing, asking people if they've seen her daughter. She's the only one to speak. There are other ghosts and spirits on the ground below. These spirits don't manifest the same way. You can find these ghostly activities under the bridge.
We're literally right under the Colorado Street Bridge here in Pasadena, California. During the day, it's really nice. The architecture is really awesome, but at nighttime, it's really active. Active with the spirits of those who have jumped to their death. Over 150 people have killed themselves here. It's an uneasy feeling just standing here. I think the most recent death that just happened was this year of 2019 in April. It was a man who jumped to his death. Before we started filming, I started feeling creeped out, and Alex's phone started malfunctioning, started turning on and off. It froze, it started playing music by itself. So stuff's already happening before we're even filming. So it's exciting me. So we'll see as deeper as we go into the investigation how more active it gets. I'm pumped for this though.
At the time we didn't notice this faint light coming into frame. It wasn't a car light, I guarantee you that. We would have noticed, and we were pretty deep into where no car lights would be visible. We can't explain that.
We're right under the bridge, so we're going to head over to...
Sure.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? See that? Tied up to the look at that. He was right there. See that trunk right there?
Yeah.
And where it gets dark? He was right there where it gets dark. And I think he
Dude, he didn't tell us anything. It was kind of weird because we even told him, you know,
What's up? He didn't say anything to us.
There. He just moved into behind the trunk. You can't see.
Once he started kind of walking away, he started yelling or something.
What bothers me is I didn't get his face, so...
We couldn't see his face, it was dark.
Yeah.
It's really dark, it's fucking dark down here.
Yeah, literally.
I'm hearing footsteps. Hello? I'm telling you, dude. I feel like we're surrounded. Who's there? We're gonna use the SLS camera and see if hopefully one of the spirits pops out
and communicates with us. Oh, dude. There's someone right there. Look at the camera. Who are you?
Can you show yourself again? Dude, there was someone right in front of us right now. It was walking like on the right corner of the screen.
Oh, there it is. What? It popped out again. Dude, that's crazy. Dude, I'm feeling fucking creeped the fuck out right now.
I'm a shot right here. I'm sorry?
They're right next to you.
What?
There's two of them right next to you. Yeah. Dude, the one's touching the light.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Dude, there's one touching the light. It's like playing with it. I'm trying to get it, but it's too bright. Fuck, I'm trying to get it.
I'm not even seeing anything. What the
Are you crossing your arms? Dude, it's like it's touching its elbow or something. Oh, they disappeared. Dude, that was nuts. Are you okay?
We just used the SLS camera, and there was two figures next to you, dude. One was touching the light, like it was trying to mess with it, and then the other one looked like it was trying to climb the tree or something.
Honestly, I really...
Dude, I don't feel good. What did it say?
What did it say?
Dude, I think it said run.
Fuck, no way, dude. Fucking said run, dude.
Like, I don't want to be here, but I want to experience stuff, but I'm feeling fucking weird. Especially now it's saying run.
Did you hear that?
I want to get out of here, dude. I'm not gonna run.
I heard that.
That was loud.
Yeah.
As we're leaving Suicide Bridge, it looks like a white ghostly figure is watching us as we leave.
There are many ghosts who haunt the bridge. First, we'll debunk an urban legend. There's never been a worker that fell into wet cement and became sealed inside. Never happened. Don't believe the hype.
Los Angeles has numerous infamous murder houses, but there's one in particular that since the 1950s, it is still well known for its dark history that even American Horror Story Murder House got its inspiration from.
His home, notorious for a brutal murder that took place decades ago,
is up for sale once again.
KCAL's Chris Holmstrom explains why buyers are interested despite the bloody past.
It still remains a mystery as to what happened that night of the murder and the years following it. Now we can tell you the home is back up for sale.
On December 6, 1959, Dr. Harold Perelson bludgeoned his wife Lillian with a ball-peen hammer to the head. After the autopsy reports, it wasn't the blows that killed Lillian. She choked on her own blood. After his attack on Lillian, he made his way to his daughter Judy's room, but Judy was already awake from the ruckus coming from her parents' room. Judy used her arm to block the blow from the hammer. Debbie, the youngest sister, heard screams coming from Judy's room, so she ran into the room and distracted Dr. Perelson, and Judy escaped. According to the Los Angeles Times, Dr. Perelson told Debbie that it was all a nightmare, and for her to go back to bed, but instead Debbie got her brother Joel so they can hide from their father. Judy ran to a neighbor's house and they called the cops. Before cops had arrived, Dr. Perelson poisoned himself. The book Dante's Inferno was open on his bedside table, with the visible highlighted passage. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward path had been lost. So we're inside the murder house. Harold, are you in here? Dude, that looks crazy.
Let's go see if maybe there's some stairs. Oh shit. Dude. Yeah. Holy fuck. Dude, what the fuck?
This is really creepy.
Let me go first. I'm scared.
Are you up there, Harold? Dude, I can't see nothing. Be careful, because remember, there's a big ass hole. I don't even know where to go. Harold, why did you kill your wife?
Yeah, but I can't see shit.
Is there anybody here?
Oh my god, it goes up again.
Shit.
Does it feel eerie in here? Like very, very.
It does. Lillian, are you still here? Whoa. Who made that noise? Dude, I think I just heard a voice.
Shut the fuck.
Yeah. Dude, I think I just heard a voice.
Shut the fuck.
Yeah.
Who's in front of us? Are you in front of us, Harold? Or Lillian? I don't feel good up here.
No, I don't. I want to leave.
And my heart rate's starting to go up.
Here, don't hold it.
It's still going off.
Victor.
You recording?
Yeah.
Who's making the device go off? Dude, I feel super uneasy. Like seriously, like my heart's like racing. I don't know why, it's just up here. It sounds like hell. Huh? Harold, are you here? Whoa.
Oh.
Weapon. Whoa. Are you talking about the weapon you used on your wife? What weapon did you use? Dude, that's nuts.
I said, let's walk this way, and it said it.
What weapon did you use, Harold?
This is the master bedroom.
This is it?
Yeah. Oh. No. Victor.
Are you laughing at us, Harold?
Every time we try to walk in here. Look. Okay.
Enough?
Okay. He doesn't want us to walk in there.
Let's go.
Victor.
I just want to see it. Is this where you murdered your wife?
I know, especially because I can't fucking see jack shit. Did you hear that? Dude.
Do you hear that?
Shh. Yes, I do.
Someone up there? Dude, that was someone up there.
I know. No, Victor.
There's someone up there.
Victor.
Who's up there? Dude, that literally sounded like footsteps. Is that you up there, Harold?
You're gonna go back up there.
You want him?
Fuck.
Oh, dude, because that sounded clear. Someone was literally walking up here.
I heard it.
She wasn't walking up here, like the hairs on the back of my neck are just standing up. Who's up here? We heard someone walking up here. It doesn't feel good up here.
I know.
Who did that? There's literally no one up here. There's footsteps in here downstairs. Was this Judith's room? Female.
Victor, 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 Victor. Victor, I heard something. Oh my God.
I heard that. As we were leaving the murder mansion, Jasmine's audio captures an EVP that at the time we both didn't hear. But after reviewing the footage, it sounds like a male saying my name. I did further research and found out that both Lillian and Harold were buried not too far from where I live. It's just crazy and sad how Lillian was buried right next to Harold. I wouldn't want to be buried right next to my murderer.
If you're visiting Southern California, you might want to skip a visit to the dam. No need to bring otherworldly hitchhikers home with you. As always, I'm Linnea Quigley, and you're watching Paranormal Truth. How I do love cemeteries. I find them a wonderful place to relax with friends. Verdugo Hills Cemetery? Ooh, some people say it's haunted. I'm Linnea Quigley, and you're watching Paranormal Truth.
Hello, my name is Patrick Allen, and this is Linnea Quigley's Paranormal Truth, a series of films where we delve into the paranormal world of the unknown. In this episode, we are going to investigate the scary world of the Verdugo Hills Cemetery and the Queen Mary ship. Verdugo Hills Cemetery is host to occult rituals, the desecration of bodies, grave robbing, and a place so vile it was the inspiration for the film Poltergeist. Can this be the most unholy graveyard in the world? The Verdugo Hills of Peace Pioneer Cemetery, or Verdugo Hills Cemetery, located in Tujunga, Los Angeles, California, opened in 1922 and closed in 1976. Established by Marshall Valentine Hartranft, who also founded the utopian community of Tujunga, the cemetery reflects the early history of its community and holds the remains of many early Tujunga residents. The site is located on hilly terrain, affording a panoramic view of the San Fernando Valley, and is home to several distinctive types of trees. On February 10, 1978, after days of torrential rains, a massive landslide occurred in the San Gabriel Mountains foothills above Tujunga. The result was the unearthing of a large section of the cemetery, and corpses being strewn throughout the area. Responding to complaints from residents, The city spent more than $200,000 to collect and store the corpses while constructing a retaining wall to prevent another landslide. According to former Los Angeles County Coroner Thomas Noguchi, some 100 bodies rode a muddy wave into homes, businesses, and streets. He recalled that one of the bodies was wedged into the door of a supermarket. When officials arrived, bodies were scattered everywhere. Some were even standing grotesquely upright. The intensely difficult task of trying to identify the remains and rebury them under their correct headstones took months to complete. The city of Los Angeles repaired the grounds, but heavy rain unearthed another 5 corpses in 1980. Grave robbery, and tomb raiding is an act of uncovering a grave, tomb, or crypt to steal potentially valuable items. It is usually committed to take artifacts or personal property. A related act of body snatching is a term denoting the unlawful removal of a body, not often from a grave, which can be extended to the illegal extraction of just the organs. The historic ship RMS Queen Mary, permanently docked in Long Beach, California, is a popular destination for ghost hunters and paranormals, since it has long been reported to be haunted by a whole array of former passengers. The Queen Mary is considered by many to be the world's most haunted ship, and has been declared by Time magazine to be one of America's top 10 most haunted places. The ship served as a military transport during World War II, so the spirits of sailors joined the ghosts of well-heeled guests on the luxury ocean liner turned hotel and attraction. There are self-guided tours where you may encounter paranormal beings, and more intense guided tours with the Queen Mary's resident para-investigator.
And a stateroom that gives many people the chills will soon open for guests.
The Queen Mary's most haunted suite was closed 30 years ago. And CBS 2's Craig Herrera is live in Long Beach with a sneak peek. He's so brave, Craig.
Hi, Pat. Hi, Suzanne. When you said chills, I had them all day up and down my arms. This is it. This is the room. Room B340. This was completely gutted out back in the 80s. Now you can see it's completely redone and ready to go. By the way, this is the ship's call, or the log, with a lot of the paranormal activity. As you know, the Queen Mary is known as a haunted ship, and that's been known worldwide. Soon, guests will be able to stay in here overnight and decide for themselves. The Queen Mary, long known for its paranormal activity, and if these walls could talk...
Many, many stories and legends revolve around this room.
Legend says room B340 has a checkered past.
While she was still sailing, there is a story that a man was found dead in his cabin.
She sailed from 1936 to 1967 before resting at the port of Long Beach. Becoming a hotel, one guest claimed the sheets were pulled off the bed.
She sat up and she saw a man standing at the foot of her bed.
Others said the bathroom door closed by itself, but that's not all.
In the early years of the hotel, when this room was being used, passengers also reported water going on and off, lights turning on and off.
The final encounter?
Story is the housekeeper came in and put fresh sheets on the bed. She went out in the hall to get clean towels. When she came back, the sheets had been pulled from the bed and were laying in a pile on the floor.
Nobody else was near?
No one else was around, no.
It was the mid-1980s, and that's when this room was closed to guests, until now.
Every day I walk the ship, I see guests, and they want B340.
Now it's 2 rooms combined into 1 suite.
It'll come with some amenities that are not in any other stateroom, such as some Ouija boards and some tarot cards.
And for the right price, you could stay here overnight if you dare. All right, and you're taking a look now at the closet in one of these rooms in this suite. By the way, the reason that they feel there's so much paranormal activity is that this room is very close to the first-class swimming pool, and they believe, paranormalists believe, that there's a vortex there that allows some of the spirits to travel between dimensions. So this room is very close to that area. Of course, it opens up on Friday, Friday the 13th, April 13th, and Pat and Suzanne, you can stay here. The starting rate is at $4.99 per night. So of course, people can start booking this room. And it's interesting, this is on Friday the 13th. We'll see who stays here first.
We are spending the night in one of the most haunted ships in the world, the Great Ghost, aka the Queen Mary.
I am happy to name the ship the Queen Mary.
I am beyond pumped, dude. What'd you find?
These underwears, dude. Right?
Oh, shit.
What the fuck?
Dude. Oh, paranormal pennies.
Someone's probably right there, dude. It does feel... Came from the restroom, huh? This is isolation ward. Someone here. These are the beds. Cause of death, skull fracture, laceration of brain, found dead in bunk. Dude, it has a gates. Yeah. 1936. Passenger title. Your voices. The audio captures what sounds like the voice of a little girl. Sounds like it's coming from behind me. Oh. Yet another EVP was captured on the digital recorder. This one scared the shit out of me. Oh. Yeah. What is that?
It's a dead.
Is it dead?
Yeah.
I see little voice keeps coming through.
Yeah, I know, the little kid. The fuck is just that leaf?
Is that leaf?
Yeah, dude. Wow, this is really cool. Yeah, wow. Oh, look. That's where the kids would be playing, yeah. This here is as old as the ship. Guarantee it. So cool.
We were heading back to our room, and as we went inside, I felt as if somebody was with us. So I started using the SMS camera, and this figure popped out next to Alex. It's on top of the table. This is pretty insane. You could even see the figure reach out to touch Alex. Oh, he's touching you, dude. Oh. When you put your arm up, he was trying to grab your arm. Do that again. Yeah, dude, he's touching you.
From the Queen Mary ship in Long Beach to the southern campus of the Rancho Los Amigos Hospital, which is only a few miles away. But the Hollydale Mental Hospital or the Downey Insane Asylum in contemporary times could be a world apart from the institution. However, the walls of this once great facility paint an incorrect picture of the hospital's past use, which was much broader than just caring for the mentally ill. It was built in 1888 as a catch-all institution for the Los Angeles County Medical Center, a place to care for the handicapped, homeless, insane, and elderly.
I've been to Rancho Los Amigos Abandoned Insane Asylum numerous times. Reason I come back? Because it never disappoints with the creepy and, yes, scary experiences I've had in there.
Sounds like a restaurant. Are there any doctors in here? Any patients? Hello? It looks huge in there.
Can you make a noise?
Can you make a noise to let us know you're here? So you want to try to go upstairs or you want to still venture?
I think we should go down this way.
Is there anybody here?
Oh.
My K2 went off for now. Is there someone right here? I was walking this way, it went off. Oh, there's the bath. That's creepy.
It's a new patient? Oh, it's a male patient.
He had a liver biopsy done. He had was 20 years old.
Wow.
In 1971.
Shit. Something here. Can you record that? You gonna appear? Are you gonna show yourself?
Start laundry until just another dead end.
Jesus? Is that your name?
Is that your name, Jesus?
Were you the one that was cremated?
Oh my God.
Are you serious? Why do you want us to run? I just felt weird too.
Okay, let's go.
Since I said that, I felt just like if something just kind of went up on us. I'm starting to feel creeped out.
Why are you scaring me?
Jesus, are you telling us to run? Oh shit. Who's over there? Can you make that noise again?
Okay, let's
Pray?
Okay, I want to go now.
You serious? That's fucking...
Why are you telling us this? Jesus?
I wasn't at the but I thought I just saw someone standing in that room. I fucking swear.
See?
Tom.
Was that you, Tom?
I swear to God, dude. I kind of want to go check, but I'm kind of scared, dude. Go check.
What room? This one?
Tom, are you in here?
Standing in the corner over there. I swear to God. When we walked by, it was standing over there. And it was kind of facing this way.
Tom?
And the weird thing, it was in white too. So I don't know if it could have been a patient. Hello? I swear to God, it was standing right there.
That was fucking nuts, I swear. It was like a silhouette as we passed by. But it was dark in here, so I saw it was just like white, like quiet. This is probably someone's room. That person's room. Are you okay with us trying to... Oh shit, I got the fucking chills right now.
Nice to meet you, Tom.
Can you show yourself? Tom, as I was passing by your room, I saw you standing in the corner. Can you please show yourself? Is there anybody in the hallway? Jesus or Tom? Oh, someone popped out, dude. Did you peek out at us? You can come out of the room. What did it say? Oh, dude, there's someone in there. Look at... Tom, is that you? It disappeared. As you walked in there, it was right there, right next to you. Look how dark it is, guys. I can't see any... Whoa! There's someone right in front. Look! Dude, look at that. It's in the doorway over there. Who are you? It's standing by the door, look. Oh, shit. It disappeared. Dude, it jumped that way. Again, I am leaving with awesome evidence and eerie personal experiences. I know Jasmine will never forget this intense and creepy night.
In this episode, we're going to be exploring black-eyed kids. I'm Linnea Quigley, and you're watching Paranormal Truth.
Hello, my name is Patrick Allen, and this is Linnea Quigley's Paranormal Truth, a series of films where we delve into the paranormal world of the unknown. In this episode, we are going to investigate the scary world of the black-eyed kids and celebrity deaths. In the darkness of night, you are awakened by a prolonged rapping on your front door. Half asleep, you make your way to answer the persistent knocking, vaguely aware of a growing anxiety within you. As you reach the door, all becomes silent. Checking through the peephole, you see nothing, so you turn around to go back to bed, convinced this was just a prank. When you take a step, the knocking continues. Quickly, you spin back and fling the door open to catch the culprits in the act, and are greeted by two young children, staring at the ground. They ask to come in and use your phone to call their mother. Your first instinct is to help children in need, but you are overcome with an irrational fear. Compelled to flee, you tell them no and attempt to shut the door. This is when one of the children lifts his head and demands you let them in. To your horror, you see his eyes, two soulless orbs, as black as the abyss. Who are these creatures? Are they human-alien hybrids in league with the fabled Men in Black, seeking prey to abduct? Or are they spawns of Satan from the pits of hell, determined to capture and torment your immortal soul? Why are encounters on the rise? And what happens if you let them in? Celebrity deaths. What makes people who we all think have everything want to commit suicide? Kurt Cobain, Michael Jackson, and the child actress Judith Barsi all died too young. Abandoned in the Hollywood Hills is Kurt Cobain's home.
There it is. In the early 90s, Kurt Cobain purchased this house that's located up in Hollywood Heights, living with Courtney Love and their baby daughter Frances Bean. He also wrote most of the songs for In Utero in this house.
Kurt Cobain was born on February 20th, 1967, in Aberdeen, Washington, United States, and died April 5th, 1994, in Seattle, Washington. He was an American rock musician who rose to fame as the lead singer, guitarist, and primary songwriter for the seminal grunge band Nirvana. Cobain had a generally happy childhood until his parents divorced when he was 9 years old. After that event, he was frequently troubled and angry, and his emotional pain became a subject of and a catalyst for much of his later music. As a teenager, he moved between various relatives' houses, stayed with friends' parents, and occasionally slept under bridges, while he began to use drugs and take part in petty vandalism as forms of teenage rebellion. Cobain was musically inclined from an early age, and in the mid-1980s he began to play with members of the local sludge rock band Melvins, who would themselves go on to earn a measure of national fame in the 1990s. Cobain was a frequent user of heroin in the years after Nirvana's breakthrough, and he took a variety of painkillers in an attempt to numb his constant stomach agony. In March 1994, he was hospitalized in Rome after overdosing and slipping into a coma, and what was later characterized as a failed suicide attempt. 1 month later, he snuck out of a Los Angeles area drug treatment center and returned to his Seattle home, where he shot and killed himself. Cobain's death marked the end of the brief grunge movement and was a signature event for many music fans of Generation X. He remained an icon of the era after his death and was the subject of a number of posthumous works. In 2014, Nirvana was inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
He was an addict. Yeah.
Alright, let's see. Over here, but it's not.
They say this is where he wrote Heart-Shaped Box in here.
And
the song? Yeah.
Really? Let me see, it was all like spaced out in here?
Probably.
So probably if maybe this was their bedroom.
Yeah, this was their bedroom right here, dude. Yeah. And Frances Bean's room was the one across, yeah.
Alright, so let's...
So right here, brushing your teeth. Just look out that nice view. Dude, I kind of want to go up in that attic.
I was trying to get up there, but I need
It's
something
impossible.
else to hold me. Too, because I was trying to get on these, but...
I can go up there. It's fine. You guys want to show me up there?
You good?
Gonna get a grip. Alright.
You guys see what I do for this fucking...
Alright, go up.
Channel?
Let me go up.
This is what I do.
Oh, shit.
Alright. Alright.
Good job. You good? Careful.
Yeah. Holy shit. you still in this house? If there's anything you want to tell us, we're here. Oh my god. Oh, I want to get down. Here, get the camera. Get the camera.
Huh?
I want to get out.
What happened?
Get me out, please.
Hold on. Careful. Oh, I see. Really?
Like, carry me like normal.
I don't know. How much weight? Shit. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
What happened?
I heard whispering, I swear to God.
Seriously? What were you asking?
I said, if you're here, like, we're here to talk to you, and I heard like a...
Okay.
Dude, someone's gotta go up there.
Let's review it.
I went up to the attic after Jasmine said she heard whispering. I got nothing though.
I got you.
Go for it. REM pod going just in case. Just to show you guys. Did that go off by itself?
Victor.
Dude, the REM pod just went off by itself.
It went off like all the way by itself.
You recording?
Yes, I did.
Dude, we were just talking about him too, like being in this closet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I literally just said I can't believe this is where he was.
It's 66 degrees right here. 67. 66.
That was weird. Kurt, are you in here? Are you in here with us? As you were talking about him, it went off.
I know. Move. Should I sit back down?
Yeah. I'm starting to feel a little like a little lightheaded.
I keep feeling that there's going to be something
I'm
here.
trying to feel lightheaded.
Are you in here?
Kurt, if you're still here, can you make the REM pod go off again if that was you?
Or maybe say something into the camera?
Oh!
Victor! Oh my god.
Dude, that's fucking crazy.
Oh my god.
Who's here?
That is nuts.
Kurt, are you here?
Second time when I said something.
It was.
It's responding to you.
It's responding to you. Just want to say we're big fans of yours, Kurt Cobain. Been listening to your music since I was a kid in the 90s. We were devastated when you took your own life. It sucks what you went through. But if this is really you making the REM pod go off, we just want to say thank you. Oh, no way.
What the?
I'm getting the chills. I'm seriously getting the chills, dude. Like crazy right now.
He just responded to you. He just responded to you.
Dude, I'm getting the fucking chills right now. I'm like speechless. I don't know what to say.
Straight up communicating with you. Kurt, if that was you, thank you so much for responding back to us. We appreciate that.
We're leaving Kurt Cobain's house speechless, wondering if we did indeed communicate with his spirit.
On the eve of a heralded comeback tour, a frail king of pop, addicted to prescription drugs and deeply in debt, was resting at his Los Angeles home before he would travel to England to begin his concert residency at the O2 in London.
I'm here at Holmby Hills, California, on Carrollwood Drive, walking to the mansion that Michael Jackson died in.
Shocking news from Los Angeles tonight. NBC News has confirmed pop superstar Michael Jackson is dead at the age of 50.
It was a crazy feeling being there in front of the gates that Michael Jackson used to come and leave through on a daily basis. Even more of a crazy feeling knowing that I was only feet away from the house that the King of Pop died in. Around the corner from the infamous gates, from up top behind those glass door windows, is Michael Jackson's bedroom where he passed. Next stop is Forest Lawn Cemetery in Glendale, California, the final resting place for Michael Jackson. He's supposed to be right there.
Yeah. Just call him right here.
Yeah.
I think they said something that the sun hits that column.
So here where I'm pointing at is where it said that Michael Jackson's buried at, between these two windows. It's a private area, so we can't obviously get in, but this is the closest we can get to Michael Jackson's grave. Up there. Right there. Not far from Michael Jackson's gravesite also lies one of his good friends, Elizabeth Taylor. I forgot my face mask because it's required inside, so I had to borrow one of Alex's bandanas, making me look like I'm about to rob someone.
You heard that, right?
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
It's up right there in the corner. Someone there? Can you tap on the wall again?
There you go.
No, it's over here.
Who's here with us?
Did you hear that breath? Sounded like someone took a breath.
Yeah.
No one here. You heard that, right?
Oh, I heard that.
There's nobody here at all.
I didn't get that on. I just
Whoa. That was one after another.
Are you following us?
Before you started recording, there was a sound right here?
Yeah.
And right up.
There you go again. What is that? Right there. This whole time. Do you hear like it was like footsteps or something? And that all came in patches. Oh yeah, like in a group.
But right now, it's like everywhere right now. Yeah. So tell me you're there, over here, and then the footstep. Okay, let's be like, yeah. Oh, you heard that? We were at. That was pretty loud.
Who's back here?
I think we're the only ones in here, too. It's just dead silent. Dude, you're over here.
And the spirits
It's nuts right here.
The spirits are playing games with us. We come here, we hear noises over there. We go over there, we hear noises here.
As we were leaving, we ran into a security guard in the entrance, and of course, we wanted to ask him.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Have you ever heard anything weird in here?
Here, the most I've had is we have a door. I close it, I go back, it's open. Close it again, it's open again. And then we hear footsteps coming up from the restrooms. Nobody wants to be here at night.
I'm
One
sure of
time, we turned off all the lights, we locked it up, and then as we're driving around, our supervisor tells us, who left the lights on inside of the mausoleum? We had to go all the way inside into like the lower level, and I told him I'm not going alone.
Forest Lawn in Glendale, California is an awesome cemetery to visit. It has its really cool statues, mausoleums, deceased celebrities, and its fair share of ghosts.
Judith Eva Barsi was a child actress who appeared in many commercials and TV sitcoms, but is well known for voicing Ducky in The Land Before Time and Anne-Marie in All Dogs Go to Heaven. Judith was sadly murdered by her own father alongside her mother, Maria Barsi. The new owners of the house still feel the dark energy of Joseph Barsi as if he never left. Here's the sad and haunting story of Judith Eva Barsi.
Hollywood is known for its glitz and glamour, but Hollywood also has a morbid history that is hard to ignore, just like this tragic story.
Oh, don't look sad. You look cuter with a smile.
If it comes from Fruit Corners, it's made with real fruit.
Love your eyes.
This is Judith Eva Barsi, born in 1978. At age 5, she was discovered and appeared in at least 70 commercials, also including various TV shows, and in 1987, she starred in Jaws 4, The Revenge.
Soda. They had them on the big plane.
There's some coffee in the thermos.
I'm too young for coffee.
Oh.
Can I drive?
If you were a kid in the late 80s, then I'm sure you'll remember the 1988 film The Land Before Time. She did the voice of Ducky.
Me? I'm a long neck too, see? And I have a long tail like you.
She then did the voice of Anne-Marie in All Dogs Go to Heaven, but sadly it would be her last film.
Oh, Charlie, Harold and Kate are They weren't upset about the wallet. They gave me real waffles with butter and syrup.
Judith was shot and killed instantly by her dad, Joseph Barsi, while she was sleeping in her room. He then murdered her mother, Maria Barsi, in the hallway of the house.
Judith, we just want to say that we love you and we all miss you very much.
Judith and Maria were laid to rest here at Forest Lawn in Hollywood Hills. They both were buried in unmarked graves until Judith's tombstone was placed in 2004, and Maria got her tombstone a year later in 2005. A couple days later, I drove to the house in Canoga Park where the murder-suicide took place. Joseph Barsi had a drinking problem. He had got arrested 3 times for drunk driving. As his alcoholism got worse, he became more paranoid, jealous, and abusive to Judith and Maria. He had threatened them both many times. After Joseph had murdered his family, he roamed around the house for days with his dead family in the house. He called Judith's agent saying he was going to move out for good, but just needed time to say goodbye to his little girl. Joseph then poured gasoline on both bodies and set them on fire. He then went inside the garage and shot himself in the head. Joseph's burial is a mystery. No one knows where he's buried or if he was cremated. This man was a monster. I still can't process his story. It just baffles me that a father would murder his own child. Years later, the new tenants have said they can still feel the dark energy in the house, as if Joseph never left. The tragic residue of that night, I'm sure, still lingers inside that house. The hallway where Maria Barsi lost her life is one of the hot spots of paranormal activity in the house. Sounds of footsteps late at night. The garage door opening and closing on its own. The feeling of being watched. Cold spots in Judith's old room. Is it possible the Barsi family still resides in that house? This story was not easy to research. It still pains me to think what Judith and Maria endured at the hands of this man in the last days of their lives. I hope they're at peace.
Charlie, will I ever see you again?
Sure you will, kid. You know, goodbyes aren't forever.
Then, goodbye, Charlie. I love you.
Yeah.
New ghouls and hauntings are just around the corner. Now I hope you remember about these black-eyed children. I'm Linnea Quigley, and you're watching Paranormal Truth. St. Francis's curse shares a common thread to the different paranormal subjects we've been discussing. Death comes swiftly. As always, I'm Linnea Quigley, and you're watching Paranormal Truth.
Hello, my name is Patrick Allen, and this is Linnea Quigley's Paranormal Truth, a series of films where we delve into the paranormal world of the unknown. In this episode, we are going to investigate the scary world of the Curse of St. Francis and the Haunted Clown Motel.
My mother awakened me. There was water coming in our window in the house. We were in bed, asleep. It was about 1:30 or so in the morning.
And the smell was so terrible that I never have forgotten what the smell was like.
My parents and my older brother, who was 17 at the time, and I was 13, we went out the doors of the house because it was starting to move from the water. And my parents and brother went out the front door into the flow of the water. I went out the back door into the rush of the water. And it took me real rapidly over to the main flow of it. When I was washed down to Santa Paula, which is about 10 miles south or east of us, and left in a pile of debris with 2 large logs across my legs, but I could see on either side going down, and at times the water would take me way down. I don't know what was happening. I'd hold my breath and I'd go way up the other side. So where it was and what was happening there, I don't know. But I could see automobile lights on both highways.
We were in bed, asleep, and we heard a loud, I think the noise was kind of a roar. Oh, it was terrible, absolutely terrible.
I had perfect confidence that I was going to get out. That's what I told my mother before we left the house. And she said, "Oh, you foolish child, you can't." And I emphatically repeated it, that I was going to get out, and I knew I was, and I wasn't hurt.
11:57 p.m. on the 12th of March, 1928, the normally peaceful San Francisquito Canyon began to rumble. It wasn't an earthquake. The St. Francis Dam had failed. While the 120-foot-high wave may have washed the bodies of the 431 people in its path out to sea, their spirits have never left, and that was only the beginning of the deaths that have resulted from the curse of St. Francis.
And I know Thelma's whole family were killed, and I think she was taken down the flood for quite a ways before she caught onto a tree.
I was trapped with logs across my legs. And I worked all day long and got one log off, but I couldn't get the other one off my leg. So I was there till 4 o'clock. And I saw 2 figures way up lake, way up the river, I mean, from Fillmore way. And I kept yelling and yelling, "Help, help," and they thought they heard somebody. So they kept on coming. I don't know why something pushed me to the other door. I don't know. The only thing I could say is that dear Lord was watching out after me, because I knew I was going to get out.
An investigation into the disaster concluded that it had been caused primarily by the unsuitability of the San Francisco rock for supporting a dam and a reservoir. Mulholland was cleared of all charges regarding the dam failure. Nevertheless, the disaster ruined his reputation and ended his career.
No, I don't blame Mulholland. I just thought that he just did not know enough, and he was trying to help by putting a dam in because we needed water.
I never judged him. I knew he was the builder of the dam and everything, but there was a weak side on it, and he never should have put the dam there. I never ever talked about it. Well, it brings tears to my eyes.
The St. Francis Dam was completed in 1926 in San Francisco Canyon, about 30 miles or 50 kilometers northwest of Los Angeles, under the supervision of William Mulholland, manager and chief engineer of the Los Angeles Bureau of Waterworks and Supply. The dam's purpose was to provide a reservoir for the Los Angeles Owens River Aqueduct. Several cracks and leaks were observed in the dam and its abutments, but Mulholland dismissed these as normal. After the reservoir was filled to capacity for the first time on March 7, 1928, he inspected the dam and proclaimed it safe. Just before midnight on March 12th, however, the dam's massive concrete wall collapsed, sending billions of gallons of water rushing down the canyon towards the Pacific Ocean. The towns of Castaic Junction, Fillmore, Bardesdale, and Peru were flooded, and more than 1,000 houses were damaged or destroyed. The official death toll was estimated to be 450, but the number killed was likely higher. Many victims' bodies were never discovered, and the numerous transient farm workers and illegal immigrants who perished in the flood were never accounted for in official statistics. Numbers of internment workers met their deaths in the flood waters. Visitors who have braved this place after dark say that many flood victims have remained behind. According to reports, strange things occur here at night, especially when it's foggy. Eerie voices are sometimes heard. People are touched, pushed, and caressed by invisible hands. And on other occasions, shadowy forms are seen walking in the mist, and when approached, they always vanish. Who are these mysterious apparitions? Are they the doomed workers who perished in the flood? Or could they be the spirits of victims whose bodies have not yet been discovered? That particular mystery remains unsolved. It all started in 1985 when Leona and Leroy David built this motel in memory of their father, Clarence David, who died in the Belmont mine fire and is buried at the old Tonopah Cemetery right next door. Their father, who was a clown lover, left a collection of 150 clowns in his home, which they decided to use as the theme and focal point of their motel, in memory of their father. The Clown Motel was named America's Scariest Motel due to its clown theme and proximity to the cemetery, where many miners were laid to rest due to the Tonopah Belmont mine fire of 1911. Today, our motel offers a little bit of something for everyone. It is home to over 2,000 clowns from every era and corner of the earth. Staying at the Clown Motel is a unique experience. All 31 of our rooms feature 2 to 3 custom clown art paintings, along with air conditioning, heating, a refrigerator, and more. The Clown Motel is an experience you'll never forget. We'll do everything to make your stay comfortable, But what happens after dark is out of our hands.
We are hitting the road and heading to Tonopah, Nevada.
We brought David from the Lost Boys.
What?
With us for this weekend.
It's my Chinese food. Yeah, dude.
Halfway.
Since I was a little kid, I've loved horror movies. I remember the first time I watched It and was terrified of Tim Curry's Pennywise. So when we booked this location that we were minutes away from, I was beyond pumped. The infamous Clown Motel. As soon as you walk inside the lobby, there's hundreds of clowns staring at you. Pretty eerie and awesome feeling. All these clown dolls and toys were donated to the Clown Motel, so all these figurines have a story to tell.
It's cold, dude. This is fucking awesome. And the fact that we got, access to investigate the lobby, and then we're gonna do the cemetery.
Yeah.
It's can't ask for something better than that,
Correct.
You guys ready?
I am so excited. Excited and actually nervous.
It's really, really eerie. This guy makes me feel uneasy.
Charlie, we're gonna do a spirit box session with you. We hope you interact with us.
Should I sit down?
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh my god.
What was that?
Did it say hello?
It sounded like it said hello, huh?
I don't know, help or hello?
Do you need help?
Or maybe are you from the cemetery?
It's like I said I know. I don't like it back here in the dark. At all.
Yeah, I'm feeling a weird vibe here every time I come in here.
Give us a sign that you're here. Whoa. That was a guy for sure. I heard that.
Who's here with us?
I heard that. Did you hear that?
I did.
I heard tapping. Are you attached to one of these toy clowns here?
Oh my god.
I said yes.
Oh my god, Victor. Oh my
Wow,
god.
that creeped me out.
Oh my god. Wait.
I feel like it's swarming us around.
It is, because when you guys were standing over there, I heard taps behind her over there.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It said yeah.
Yeah.
I heard it too. Oh.
Look, it's right there.
This one's bigger.
Now we're going to move into the back.
Someone back here? Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Who's back here? I heard a laugh. I swear. Hello? Are you hiding back here? I just heard you laughing. Show yourself. There it is.
Oh my god.
You guys got it?
Yeah, I got it.
He popped out for like a split second.
I got it.
Show yourself. Don't be afraid. Were you the one I just heard laughing?
It looked small.
It did, huh?
Child.
The hell's it? Dude, there's
It's coming out?
Wait, come here. No, you don't move.
Oh my god.
What happened?
It's on you.
It's on me?
Something
It's
is
on
on
you, dude.
your shoulder.
My right side or left?
That side.
It would be to your left side.
No, his
No,
right.
to the right side.
Dude,
Right
it's
there,
just
dude.
chilling on. It just disappeared.
We caught it.
Oh my
Maybe
god.
that's what's scratching around
even
here.
wanna move.
What's
It's off
scratching-
you.
It's off you.
Hey,
Wow.
as soon as I turned it on.
Who are you?
Are you the one on my shoulder? You can get on my shoulder again.
There it is. There it is.
Again?
It's just
Yes.
As soon as I just said it too. Oh, dude.
Did you feel something?
And
on
I'm
your
getting the
shoulder?
chills too right now. What's your name? Dude. I think it said boy.
Are you a boy?
I think it said done. It sounded like a female.
It was a female.
It said done.
Are you done with us? There it is. There it is.
Again
Come-
on me?
Come back. Right there.
It's on me?
Oh yeah.
It's right
Yeah.
on you.
Who's on
It's
me?
leaning
It's on
on
the-
you.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
I heard it over
I heard
here.
it.
But I don't want to like move or anything. Who's on me?
Oh my
Who's on
god.
top of me? What's your name?
Whatever it is, it's attaching to you, not to us. I mean, at least that I am not feeling anything.
You guys haven't been hearing what I'm hearing, huh?
No.
Can you give me your name?
What?
It said a name, something.
It said a name, but I didn't
Yeah.
understand it.
And guys, you see?
Oh,
there it
it's
is.
back on you. Talk to it more.
How old are you?
It's
You
on
just
your thing,
speak.
dude. It's right
Help,
on your
dude. You
Help.
said help.
What?
Dude, now it's on the. There's two of them.
Oh my god, Victor.
On my shoulder?
Yes.
Two of them.
Dude, I keep hearing shit behind me too.
It's probably
It's like voices.
What?
The Clown Motel did not disappoint. Now I see why they call it the creepiest motel in America.
The cemetery, which can be seen from some of the Clown Motel's rooms, is considered equally or perhaps more haunted than the motel itself. It closed only 10 years after opening, when the increasing number of dead outnumbered the plots the cemetery had to offer. Inside its gates lay 300 deceased. Among them are the victims of a mysterious Tonopah plague, which swept through the area in 1902, 14 miners who died in a fire in 1911, and the pioneer residents who spent their years building.
We came across this abandoned motel, which I gotta say gave me Bates Motel vibes. We were all on edge venturing through this motel, so I felt it was the perfect time to give Alex a little scare.
No.
Oh my god, I got scared.
Time was getting closer for us to investigate the old Tonopah Cemetery, which has been around since 1901 and was filled up in 1911. This graveyard has 17 of the miners that passed away in the Belmont mine fire that took place in 1911, which reopened and closed again in 1939 due to another fire. There's also people buried here that died from the Tonopah plague. There's also a section of deceased kids, which makes it sad. It is.
You guys see this? This is where a lot of kids were buried here.
Look at this little tiny tomb.
Yes. It's really sad. Yeah. Victor, check this out. Come here closer. Look at that. Look at this.
Oh my.
This is so sad. See? Look at this. And it's, you see how every burial has a toy that even in 2020 you still have people coming here and actually putting a small toy or something to honor the people that are the children or the toddlers or the teenagers that were buried here. See that? It's just really, really so sad. Infant.
This one says infant also. Yeah. Infant buyers.
The one next to it. That one. How tiny it is.
Which one?
Oh, this one's sad.
This one? Well, I'm feeling like we're having some technical difficulties with our...
Now.
It was working.
Okay.
Look,
And we tested it out in the room too.
Everything's charged. What was that?
Let me just start by saying there was no one else inside or around the cemetery. When we first heard the whistling, we didn't know where it was coming from, but it sounded so close to us. We'll show you a little later where we believe the whistling was coming from, because it wasn't the last time we heard it.
It's pretty cold out here, guys, tonight. I would say about 30 degrees, 35. Kid you not, it's freezing. I think this is the sheriff, guys, right here. Yeah, this is the sheriff, guys. This guy was the sheriff of the town, and he got murdered. He got shot in the street, and a lot of people were pretty upset about his what was that? What was that? Who's here? I swear I felt somebody right here next to me. Did you guys hear that? I swear it was right here. Right here. That scared the shit out of me. Guys, I kid you not. I'm talking about the sheriff right here, and I heard somebody right next to me.
Did you whistle right now?
No, I did not.
Remember how I mentioned the whistling? This was the second time Jasmine and I heard it as we were walking towards Alex. Watch and listen closely.
Did you hear that?
In the 1800s, an invention was created for people who were scared to get buried alive. This long pipe connected to your mouth from inside your coffin, leading to the outside of your grave to signal people that you were alive.
I barely noticed.
What?
It has the tubes. You know what that's for?
Is that for them to whistle when they're like still alive?
Yeah.
Dude, that's and they all have that. Dude, I didn't notice that. Do you think that's what we heard?
Dude, they all have
They all have that.
Dude, they all have
They all have that.
These guys are live recording.
That was a lady.
That was a lady. We just heard you. Can you give us your name?
What? They heard. Did she say Nicole?
No, it was a guy.
No, the guy.
The first one was a girl.
Can you speak loud so we can hear who you are? So we can hear who you are?
Oh my god, it said help me.
Oh my god.
Did you hear that?
I heard that.
Oh, dude, I got the chills and I'm freezing right now.
We're here. We're gonna listen to you.
I don't know why, to me it sounded like it said I'm crying. Right?
If there's anybody that wants to talk to us.
So far, it's still not the male as we're walking down. Someone threw a rock at us over here.
Right now?
Yeah. Who threw that rock? Keep walking? You can follow us over here.
What the fuck was that?
I'm trying to I told you, someone's throwing rocks at us.
What the fuck was that, dude?
Dude, it was like...
Someone over here? Oh shit, that one fucking scared me.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know, dude, but that one got me. What? Who's throwing shit? That one got me good. I think I'm gonna shit my ass a little bit now. Dude, that one got me, man.
Did it say no?
Whoa!
Victor.
Wait. You guys heard that, right?
I heard that.
Power off.
Who's here?
Sounded like a guy. Throw one more rock and we'll leave. You obviously don't want us in here.
Victor.
Get out of here.
Victor.
So far, the old Tonopah Cemetery is one of the most intense and active graveyards I've been to. The Clown Motel and the old Tonopah Cemetery is finally off my bucket list, and they both will leave a mark in my mind forever.
I'm Linnea Quigley for Paranormal Truth. I'm Linnea Quigley, and you're watching Paranormal Truth.
Hello, my name is Patrick Allen, and this is Linnea Quigley's Paranormal Truth, a series of films where we delve into the paranormal world of the unknown. In this episode, we are going to investigate the scary world of haunting. Louisville, Kentucky is home to the Waverly Hills Sanatorium, which many people believe is one of the most haunted places on Earth. While the building is now primarily a tourist attraction for those with creepy predilections, it used to be a functioning tuberculosis hospital. In 1910, when the hospital was established, this was a place where roughly 8,000 people died, bloody, excruciating deaths, as there would be no real cure for tuberculosis, known as the White Plague, until streptomycin was invented in 1943. With all that suffering, it's not surprising that rumors of creepy doppelgangers, ghostly children, demonic forces, and more have cropped up. It is one of the most famous Kentucky ghost stories, and the haunted Waverly Hills Sanatorium is known worldwide. While spooky stories like these can't truly be proven, there are plenty of people who will swear on their lives that they're true. Haunted sanatoriums are scary, but the spooky stories from Waverly Hills Sanatorium are downright terrifying.
Maybe it's the gargoyles.
This building here opened on October 17th, 1926.
Or the buzzard perched atop this tower.
It was a tuberculosis hospital.
Whatever the reason, there's no hiding from that eerie, unexplainable feeling you get at the Waverly Hills Sanatorium.
Waverly is haunted. If you stay here long enough, you'll probably find out for yourself.
And Tina Mattingly would know. She bought the property with her husband, she says, to save a piece of history. But once inside, she got more than she bargained for.
You know, we've seen things, we've heard things, we've smelled things, we've felt things.
We get a lot of pictures of apparitions in this room.
Tour guides have a story for nearly every inch of the 180,000 square foot facility. Doctors and nurses have been caught pacing the halls, while a little boy named Timmy is said to play with people brave enough to roll a ball.
You know, give it a few minutes, just sit and be patient, and very often that ball comes back to your group.
You know, people believe what they want to believe. You know, I wouldn't believe anything if I hadn't experienced anything for my own self either.
Mattingly believes in more than the afterlife. She also believes in the building's original purpose.
This building was instrumental in saving a lot of lives.
In a time when sunshine was thought to treat TB, patients soaked up to 13 hours of it daily, here on the solarium. Meanwhile, staff silently and secretly disposed of the patients too sick to survive, using the body chute.
You know, that many people died. You know, how would that make you feel? You'd probably think, I'm next.
But Mattingly says many people thrived here and eventually got to go home. Others, she says, stayed behind and still haunt these halls.
It's like it's not just a building. It's like it's alive.
Before the invention of streptomycin, tuberculosis was basically a death sentence. Bodies had to be disposed of somehow, and staff didn't want to do it where the patients could see. The solution was a body chute, or a tunnel that led from the hospital to nearby railroad tracks. From there, a motorized rail and cable system lifted the cadavers into trains that would take them away. When people in a sanatorium die, you'd expect it to be the tuberculosis patients, not the healthy staff. Despite this, room 502 seemed to invite sadness. According to local legend, the head nurse of room 502 was found hanging from a light fixture. This was believed to be a suicide triggered by depression over an unwanted pregnancy. Another nurse who also worked in room 502 jumped off the roof to her death. Who might have done it and why are still unknown. One of the saddest ghost stories is that of an elderly woman who supposedly roams the hospital, moaning and bleeding from her chained hands and feet. Though she cries for help, when outsiders approach her, she runs away screaming in terror. One of the more well-known ghosts at Waverly Hills is a little boy known as Timmy. Timmy was around 6 or 7 years old when he died in the hospital. Since he died with his whole life ahead of him, his spirit can't move on, and he wanders the hospital, trying to have fun. Visitors often bring balls for him to play with, and many claim they see the balls moving, seemingly on their own. Believers in Timmy say it's him, while skeptics say the balls are moving, thanks to either the wind or uneven flooring. If you ever felt an overwhelming feeling of doom that you can't explain, you might have come across a being like the Creeper. The Creeper is a dark, terrifying entity that crawls along the floors and the walls of Waverly Hills. Some believe it's an otherworldly spirit or a demonic force, while others believe it's a human spirit that has been twisted by the trauma of death. Whatever its true nature, those who encounter it are invariably filled with dread. Another patient was Mary Lee, a young woman who lived in the sanatorium while it was open. On September 10, 2006, Tom Halstead of Missouri Paranormal Research took a photograph of a ghostly apparition that looked almost exactly like Mary. Some believe Mary is the nurse who hung herself in room 502, while others believe she was the daughter of a Waverly Hills doctor who contracted tuberculosis herself from prolonged exposure to patients.
I've been to Rancho Los Amigos abandoned insane asylum numerous times. Reason I come back? Because it never disappoints with the creepy and, yes, scary experiences I've had in there.
In here? Any patients?
Can you make a noise?
Can you make a noise to let us know you're here?
I think we should go down this way.
Is there anybody here?
Oh.
Is there someone right here?
It's a new patient? What's a male patient?
He was 12 years old in 1979.
Can you record that? You gonna appear? Are you gonna show yourself?
There's another dead end.
Is that your name? Were you the one that was cremated? Why do you want us to run?
Why are you scaring me?
Shit. Who's over there? Can you make that noise again? Ray?
Why are you telling us this? Jesus?
I wasn't at the end, but I thought I just saw someone standing in that room. I fucking swear. Tom.
Was that you, Tom?
I swear to God, dude. I can't remember check, but I'm kind of scared. Give me. Tom, are you in here?
When we walked by, he was standing over there. He's kind of facing this way. And the weird thing, it was in white too. So I don't know if it could have been a patient. Hello? Swear to God. He's standing right there.
It was fucking nuts, I swear. It was like a silhouette. Are you okay with us trying? Oh shit, I got the fucking chills, man.
Nice to meet you, Tom.
Can you show yourself? Tom, as I was passing by your room, I saw you standing in the corner. Can you please show yourself? Is there anybody in the hallway? Jesus or Tom? Oh, someone popped out, dude. Did you peek out at us? You can come out of the room. Oh, dude, there's someone in there. Look at... Tom, is that you? It disappeared. As you walked in there, it was right there, right next to you. Whoa! There's someone right in front. Look! Dude, look at that. It's in the doorway over there. Who are you? Standing by the door, look. Oh, shit. It disappeared. Dude, it jumped that way. Again, I am leaving with awesome evidence and eerie personal experiences. I know Jasmine will never forget this intense and creepy night.
What'd you sign up?
Dude,
What'd you sign up for?
let's go back, dude.
Here in Griffith Park lies haunted table 29. The story goes that a couple named Nancy and Rand were doing some stuff on the table, and this tree found them and crushed them both to death. This was on Halloween night of 1976. I tried looking up some info or anything I could find on Nancy and Rand, and I couldn't really find anything. So I don't know if the story is 100% true, but Griffith Park is still known for being haunted. Cult stuff, witchcraft. We captured one thing a few years back. I came with my friends to investigate it, and we came upon this article that people see these skinny, greenish, bent back looking figures, and we didn't think we captured anything, but when we checked back the photos, you could see little green figures behind my friends. So that was a pretty cool catch. So I wanted to come back and check this out, but it took me a while because the hike is fucking brutal. And it took us a little bit to get here, but thanks to Alex for pushing me to come up here. So earlier too, we put the REM pod and stuff, and it was going off before we even started to film or anything. So I'm pumped, and I'm hoping we capture some stuff. You ready, Alex?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's do this.
Do it, dude. Turn on the Ovilus.
Song. After the Ovilus 3 said song, it was strange because after that, a random biker was strolling by playing music. Was the spirit letting us know that someone was going to pass by playing a song?
You hear that?
Someone's coming up.
I'm ready. I'm recording already.
you see that? Who are you? It's on the table. What's your name? Who was just on the table? Hello? Dude, I just heard hi. Dude, I just heard hi. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
I heard a woman's voice. Dude, that was clear and I heard it, dude. Oh, that was creepy. Oh, shit. Is there someone here? Who's here? Dude, I'm getting the chills right now. Whoa.
I'm feeling like this cold.
You felt that?
Yeah.
Dude, I felt it go through, like, I felt it like on my face. If you're a woman, can you make the REM pod go off again, please? Oh. It is a woman, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, what? There's someone on the tree. What the fuck is that? That did not look like a human.
Wait, do you see what I see on the tree trunk? Would that be blood or what?
Isn't it?
It's glowing. It's splattered. Somebody's touching it. Yeah.
Like a little toy dog.
Yeah. Get in here. Dude, it's like really pinned up right here. Look. I don't know. Look.
Somebody touched my back, dude.
Who's here? Who's touching Alex's back?
Somebody touched my back. Like, I felt right here.
Assault?
No way. Show me that.
And it just touched you right now. Are you trying to hurt Alex?
We're here at one of the oldest cemeteries here in Los Angeles. This place was built in 1896. Even Lou Costello's buried here, from Abbott and Costello with the Monsters. But down here, it is said that there's a demonic wall with demonic figures on it, and it's supposedly a portal to another dimension or a portal to hell. Check this out. This is really, really eerie. You can see the goat head, you can see the ears, These are the ears, the horns, the face of the goat. This is like a demon face. You can see his eyes, you can see the mouth, the nose, and up here, looks like a little demon sitting on top. You can see the goat legs, the hooves, their heads. You can see their chests, their arms. I mean, it's pretty obvious there is, demonic figure type thing on there.
Down here too, right?
Yeah, right here you can see like a skeleton. You can see the eyes, the nose, the mouth.
I see it.
It looks pretty fucking evil.
It's as clear as day.
Yeah, I captured an EVP down here a few years back, and it didn't sound too happy. Do you have any messages for anybody? Maybe some EVPs.
Is this really a portal to hell? Or to another dimension?
Anybody over here? Who's here? How many of you are here with us?
This is kind of creepy. But to us it says our hearts just stop beating down. It's funny because wherever we end up at, there's like a noise trying to get us out. We were just at the wall and made a noise over here, footsteps. So we come over here, now over here, we're hearing noises over there. Let's walk back to the wall.
Yeah, I forgot there was a step there.
Whoa.
What's that?
Mommy. Did you get it? Yeah, that's creepy. Are you a little kid? How old are you, little kid? Are you looking for your mommy? Whoa. Are you looking for your mommy? Whoa. Are you over here? Are you hiding from us? I heard you tap on the wall. What was that?
Dude, I heard that.
Whoa! Boy! Dude, that's crazy.
I told you there's a kid here and he's playing with us.
Little boy, can you shrug on one of our shirts? Just so we know you're here? We hear you playing around. That is crazy.
times when you were younger, did you think it would be exciting to sleep in a haunted hotel? Well, tonight you're going to find out on Paranormal Truth. I'm Linnea Quigley.
Hello, my name is Patrick Allen, and this is Linnea Quigley's Paranormal Truth, a series of films where we delve into the paranormal world of the unknown. In this episode, we're going to investigate the scary world of the Cecil Hotel. Murder and suicide have consistently plagued this downtown Los Angeles establishment. It has been home to Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia, LA's most brutal, unsolved murder, and Richard Ramirez, the infamous Night Stalker serial killer who gripped the hearts of Californians with fear in the 1980s.
The Cecil is like a magnet, attracting all sorts of notorious murders and disappearances and crimes.
You feel safe, but it's actually not that safe. Since the moment you get there, you're gonna feel that bad energy, you know, when you get to the Cecil Hotel.
I do think that some places are just bad, and I do believe that the Cecil Hotel is bad. Now, in 1962, there was a woman named Julia Moore, and she was on the 8th floor of the hotel, and she jumped out the window. Helen Gurney, in 54, she jumped from the 7th floor window of her room, landing on the marquee in the front of the hotel. And then there was another one named Pauline Otten in 62. She was on the 9th floor. She jumped out the window and landed on a 65-year-old man walking by. Richard Ramirez was born in Texas, and he was born bad, I think.
He would break into people's houses. He was high, obviously on drugs before he'd go in, and you know, he'd have that rush and he'd have his knife and his gun. Usually he'd rape the women. He would torture them. The men usually died first. He would shoot them. Sometimes would tell him to swear on Satan.
Ramirez did stay at the Cecil Hotel during the period of time where most of the murders occurred. It was his little home base while he was committing most of the crimes.
The great epochs of our life is when we gain the courage to rebaptize our evil qualities as being our best qualities.
Jack Unterweger came to Los Angeles. He was a crime journalist from Vienna, and he chose the Cecil Hotel specifically because of Richard Ramirez. And while he was there, he actually murdered 3 prostitutes. He strangled them with their own braziers.
The entire seedy underbelly of the city was located in that area immediately around the Cecil, and so I think he really felt at home there.
If he had a little bit power by himself, he tried to set you under pressure. There was a lot of violence inside him, otherwise he wouldn't have killed so many people. It was easier for him to fall back in his old behavior.
A grim discovery at a downtown LA hotel. Police say the body found in a hotel water tank is that of a 21-year-old Canadian tourist, Elisa Lam.
If you could go to the roof and see that, there's no way she could have crawled up there and killed herself. They're trying to say she killed herself. That's why they didn't do nothing to nobody here.
Many questions arise. She was a young, trusting woman, alone, traveling. How did she get up to the roof and somehow jump in? Did she commit suicide? I don't think that's what happened.
Most recently, Elisa Lam, a guest at the hotel, had a bizarre episode in an elevator, then mysteriously disappeared. Not long after guests began complaining about the taste, smell, and low pressure of their tap water. When hotel maintenance investigated what was believed to be a relatively inaccessible rooftop water tank, they were horrified to discover the decomposing body of young Elisa floating within. So dark is the story of the Cecil Hotel that it even inspired an entire season of the hit television show American Horror Story. The Cecil was built in 1924 by three hoteliers, William Banks Hanner, Charles L. Dix, and Robert H. Shops, as a destination for business travelers and tourists. The hotel cost $1.5 million to complete and boasted an opulent marble lobby with stained glass windows, potted palms, and an alabaster statuary. But within 5 years of its opening, the United States sank into the Great Depression. Although the hotel flourished as a fashionable destination through the 1940s, the decades beyond saw the hotel decline, as the nearby area known as Skid Row became increasingly populated with transients. As many as 10,000 homeless people lived within a 4-mile radius. By the 1950s, the hotel had gained a reputation as a residence for transients. As the area where the hotel is located began to decline, suicides and other violent deaths on the premises became more frequent. The first documented suicide at the Cecil was reported in 1931, when a guest named W.K. Norton died in his room after taking poison capsules. Throughout the 1940s and 50s, more suicides at the Cecil occurred. By the 1960s, longtime residents had begun to call the Cecil the Suicide.
In so many ways, the Cecil is like, you know, a metaphor for the city of Los Angeles and Hollywood. It's all facade, it's all glitz on the outside, and it's got this romantic, turbulent, sinister history. Everyone who comes here with hopes and dreams and stars in their eyes. It's the noir side of the city.
In addition to suicides, the Cecil's history includes other kinds of violence and disturbing happenings. It also became a notorious rendezvous spot for adulterous couples, drug activity, and a common ground for sex workers. In 1947, Elizabeth Short, dubbed by the media as the Black Dahlia, was rumored to have been spotted drinking at the Cecil's bar in the days before her notorious, and to date, unsolved murder.
Los Angeles, home to the stars of Tinseltown, the home also to murder. The horrific slaying of Betty Short, aka the Black Dahlia, has captured the imagination of the Southland and baffled the best minds in law enforcement.
The brutal killing of aspiring actress Elizabeth Short shocked Los Angeles.
Young, beautiful victim. All this during a time when serial killers weren't running rampant. It captured the public's imagination.
And became the most famous unsolved case in Hollywood history. Now, the Black Dahlia murder is being brought to life in a new series, I Am the Night.
You remember that murder case? There's no information. You gotta remember where you are.
And after 72 years, the family of one of the key suspects is finally speaking out.
Dr. George Hodel. He was a brilliant man, a loving parent in many ways, but also, I'm sorry to say, a killer.
Yeah, isn't it shocking? And Steve Hodel believes his father was the culprit. He joins us now from Los Angeles. Steve, thank you for your time this morning. You've written 5 books on this case, and you allege that it's your father who did this. How did you go about investigating your own father on this case?
Well, actually, it was my father died in 1999, and certain effects came into my possession. And then he was a remarkable man, and of course the first third of my first book goes into the heavy biographics. You kind of have to understand the man to understand the crimes. But basically a remarkable individual, and I'm talking to my half-sister on the phone a couple of days after his passing, and she says to me, well, you know, Steve, our father was a suspect in the Black Dahlia murder. I said, what the hell are you talking about, Tamar? Where is this coming from? And she said, well, he didn't do it, but he was suspected by the police. They told me that back during the trial. Well, my half-sister and I had talked to maybe 20 minutes in 50 years. So this was a huge shock. Of course, I had become very close to my father in the last decade of his life. He had relocated back to the U.S. And there was no way. I said, this isn't possible. So basically, I started looking into it, and you know, I had been a homicide detective for 24 years with LAPD, and I'd been retired for 15 years, and never any hints or clues or anything. So I was confident that I'd be able to establish that he had nothing to do with it. And I started following the evidence and actually relocated back to LA. And within a year and a half, I had built a case, much to my surprise, that took me 180 degrees in the opposite direction and actually became a fileable case. I submitted it in secret to the DA, and he said that he would file the case where my father's still alive.
So, Steve, just tell us about the evidence that you have. What did you find?
Oh gosh, well, it took me 5 books to do it, but basically, to cut to the chase, first of all, they knew that she had been found at a vacant lot, posed, and surgically bisected, not cut in half with a saw, or but it was a skilled surgeon. So of course that limits your pool right there. Well, my father had been a surgeon in his early years of doctoring, so he certainly had that ability. But then there were a whole bunch of things. Then I would discover that he actually knew her and was dating her. He had become a suspect in 1949 and arrested for incest, for having sexual relations with my half-sister Tamar. Back in '49, 3-week trial. He beat the case, but basically there were 3 witnesses present, adults. And so he was a powerful, what they called in that day, a high jingo. He was untouchable, and the head of LA County Health Department. And I started digging in, and eventually I built a case that would, basically open the door to the secret files, which nobody knew anything about. We got into those DA files, and lo and behold, he was the prime suspect all along. Steve Hotel could talk for, 20 hours on why his father did it. But here we've actually got an independent, separate file locked away for 55 years.
And Steve, it's incredible because your dad basically confessed to the murder of Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia, and his secretary. Why was he not prosecuted?
Well, actually, what they did was they tape recorded him, 18 detectives, 24/7 for 42 days, around the clock. And they got him not only to confess to the Black Dahlia murder, and these are not phone taps, these are like microphones hidden in the wall that he had no idea were there. And so he cops to paying police, and you have to understand LA was a very corrupt department back then. It was a real life LA Confidential, if you will. And so a lot of the cops were on the take, and Dad had a lot of money and a lot of power and a lot of influence. And he was performing abortions for the police department and the politicos of the day. And he was about to be arrested by the DA's office, who had actually taken over the investigation. And we're literally days away from arresting him, and he splits, leaves the country. And he's in the wind. And you kind of have to understand the politics of LA at the time. Chief Parker, who's our most famous police chief, was about to take over, literally weeks away from becoming chief. And they thought, well, wait a minute, he's in the wind, he's gone, he's left the country. Maybe it's best if we just lock this away for now and keep it under wraps. We'll come back to it, but let's clean up Dodge, get rid of all the corruption. If we expose this now, we won't be able to assume power and do what we want to do. So that was a major factor, and of course, they were happy that he was gone in the sense that, he could reveal a hell of a lot about a hell of a lot of people. The sad thing is they never came back to it. They just locked it away. Actually, the LAPD destroyed all the files and the tapes. But the DA's office, the lieutenant in charge, kept a second set of books, locked them away. And then when my book came out with all the evidence and the DA said he'd file, that opened up this vault and it revealed all the tape recordings.
And a lot of that is being revealed in this terrific new show, which is featured here on Stan here, the streaming service called I Am the Night. There's also the terrific podcast too, Root of Evil. Steve, thank you so much for your time this morning. Also, you can get Steve's latest book, Black Dahlia Avenger 3, and the Black Dahlia series is out there as well, and it's a fascinating read. Thank you so much, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Good to be with you.
In 1964, a retired telephone operator named Pigeon Goldie Osgood, who who had been a well-known and well-liked long-term resident at the hotel, was found dead in her room. She had been raped, stabbed, and beaten, and her room ransacked. A man named Jacques B. Ellinger was charged with Osgood's murder, but was later cleared. Her death remains unsolved. Perhaps most infamously, in the 1980s, the hotel was rumored to be the residence of serial killer Richard Ramirez, nicknamed the Night Stalker.
Ramirez entered the courtroom wearing sunglasses and shackles. He's accused of 43 crimes, including 13 murders and multiple counts of rape, robbery, sodomy, and oral copulation. Outside the courtroom, metal detectors were used to beef up security. Dozens of spectators crowded the hallway, hoping to get a glimpse of the accused serial killer. Ramirez was captured nearly 3.5 years ago by an angry group of citizens in East LA. He was caught trying to steal someone's car. Police say he had terrorized much of greater Los Angeles by entering homes through unlocked doors or windows. Authorities say he raped, robbed, and killed many of his victims. Most were in the San Gabriel Valley. Following his capture, reports surfaced tying Ramirez to Satanism. He once flashed a pentagram drawn on his hand, and in an earlier court appearance, he shouted, "Hail Satan."
Hail Satan.
Today, nearly 3.5 years later, the trial of Richard Ramirez is finally underway. The long delay was the result of changing lawyers, trying to get the trial moved to another city, and allegations of racism by prospective jurors. It took 6 months just to pick a jury of 12, with 12 alternates. Prosecutor Phil Halpin began a no-nonsense, chronological account of what Ramirez allegedly did. He would not give a public assessment of the case or the evidence, but he did say the long delay may make it difficult for the witnesses who are called to testify.
And I suspect there'll be problems with memory on those people that appeared.
But nothing unmanageable.
Well, at that point, it's unfortunately it puts the pressure on the witnesses.
Defense lawyer Daniel Hernandez tried to elude reporters.
Can you talk to us at all?
No, we can't.
Can you tell me anything about your opening statement?
Yeah, we will.
What have you been arrested for? You ever been arrested before?
Danny, where's your car?
Never been arrested before in L.A.?
Fourth one down.
Sit up. How long ago?
Ramirez had been a regular presence on the Skid Row area of Los Angeles, and according to a hotel clerk who claims to have spoken to him, Ramirez is rumored to have stayed at the Cecil for a few weeks. Ramirez may have engaged in part of his killing spree while staying there.
Back up on the sidewalk, folks, please. Go back. Back up on the sidewalk.
Understanding all that.
It was the moment the about-to-be-convicted killer did not want to face.
You give up your right to be present while the verdicts are read here in open court.
Yes.
The judge granted the request, and over the intercom to his holding cell, Richard Ramirez heard the verdicts.
Guilty of murder.
13 murders.
Guilty of rape.
11 sex crimes.
Guilty of burglary of the residence and dwelling house.
19 additional felonies.
Guilty.
Guilty on all counts. And when the prosecutors and investigative team emerged into the court's overcrowded hallway, their relief was apparent.
Relieved is a good word. Glad it's over.
Legal proceedings against the devil-worshipping drifter began 4 years ago. Early on, he had displayed a satanic symbol and proclaimed, "Hail Satan."
Hail Satan.
Ramirez became less talkative when trial itself finally began 9 months ago. The prosecution presented 138 witnesses, their testimony filling 8,000 pages, but never did the jury hear from Ramirez himself. His attorney said the verdicts elicited no reaction from Ramirez in his cell.
He was not surprised at all. Like I said, he expected this decision to come down. He felt from weeks back that he could not get a fair trial.
Jurors cannot yet discuss the case publicly because they still must decide the punishment, but it is clear it has not been easy for them, particularly not after one of the original jurors was murdered last month by her suicidal boyfriend. But with an alternate, the jury restarted and took 22 days of deliberation. The lead prosecutor is not ready to relax.
I do not lose sight of the fact that we have more to do, and we don't want any glitches between now and the end of this, or else we talk about having to do the whole thing over.
To date, it has cost taxpayers more than $1.5 million. Next week, the jury will be asked to decide the fate of Ramirez. Defense attorneys do not want to discuss what evidence they'll present at the penalty phase. They don't want to reveal how they'll try to persuade the jury not to send Ramirez to death row. But the defense did say Ramirez himself will not take the stand to argue for his own life. Patrick Healy, Channel 4 News, downtown Los Angeles.
Condemned murderer Richard Ramirez has died. Ramirez, known as the Night Stalker, put fear and terror into California residents in the 1980s. He died of liver failure while he was on death row. Patrick Healy covered the Ramirez investigation and his arrest in 1985. Patrick joins us now. He's live in East L.A., where Richard Ramirez was ultimately captured. Patrick.
Chuck, Colleen, all of us in L.A. in the 1980s remember the fear, the sleepless nights. When and where would the Night Stalker strike again? Well, fear did not paralyze this neighborhood. The residents spotted him. They took him down for police. Ramirez vowed vengeance. Instead, his liver gave out. Whether satanic serial killer Richard Ramirez acquired any sense of remorse during his quarter century on San Quentin's death row, now we probably never will know. Dead at 53 of liver failure, Ramirez is remembered for his own description of himself at sentencing as a servant of Lucifer.
It's too bad that the death penalty took so long.
Frank Salerno and his partner Gil Carrillo worked tirelessly that summer of 1985 to track down the Night Stalker, who was entering homes under a cloak of darkness, assaulting and killing victims chosen at random, terrorizing the entire metropolitan area. He was convicted of 13 murders.
He had no empathy, no feelings, nothing. He never showed any remorse for what he had done. He wanted to be known as the greatest serial killer that ever lived.
After a fingerprint in a car led to the identification of Ramirez, his mug was plastered all over the news while he was on a bus returning from Arizona. Walking in East L.A., he was recognized by residents in the 3700 block of Hubbard Street. They took him down, gave him a good pummeling, and held him for police. Arriving moments later, an NBC4 News photographer, Dino Castro, who will never forget what he saw through his viewfinder.
That's when he looked right at me at the camera, and that's when the hair on the back of my neck stood up because I thought I was looking at evil. It was like, oh, that's him. That's really him.
He asked me, he said, Frank, he said, are you going to attend my execution? I said, yes, I am.
A promise Frank Salerno fully intended to keep had the Night Stalker not died before his date with the executioner. Just a short while ago, we spoke by phone with the Night Stalker's last victim, a man who was partially paralyzed by a shot to the head, now living in North Dakota. Bill Carnes told us when he got this news this morning, I just felt like a big burden was lifted off my shoulders. Live in East L.A., where the Night Stalker's rampage ended, Patrick Healy, NBC4 News.
Another serial killer, Austrian Jack Unterweger, stayed at the Cecil in 1991, possibly because he sought to copy Ramirez's crimes. While there, he strangled and killed at least 3 sex workers, for which he was convicted in Austria. He hanged himself shortly after his conviction. In 2013, the Cecil, by then rebranded as the Stay on Main, although still maintaining the original Hotel Cecil signs and painted advertisements on its exterior, became the focus of renewed attention when surveillance footage of a young Canadian student, Elisa Lam, behaving erratically in the hotel's elevator went viral. Video depicts Lam repeatedly pressing the elevator's buttons, walking in and out of the elevator and possibly attempting to hide from someone. It was recorded shortly before her disappearance. Her naked body was subsequently discovered in a water supply cistern on the hotel roof, following complaints from residents of odd-tasting water and low pressure. How she got into the cistern remains a mystery. The Los Angeles County coroner ruled her death accidental due to drowning, with bipolar disorder being a significant factor.
Details tonight in connection with a grim discovery at a downtown LA hotel. Police now believe the body found inside a rooftop water tank is that of a tourist who disappeared 3 weeks ago. Official identification has not yet been made, but police say the victim is most likely Elisa Lam, a Canadian tourist who was last seen at the Cecil Hotel on January 31st. Shortly after 10 a.m., the body was found by a hotel employee following complaints of low water pressure in the building. After guests were informed, they were understandably shaken.
Wouldn't you be if there was a dead body in the water you were using and drinking?
It's kind of odd, the whole damn thing.
Fire officials say there is no danger to hotel guests who were exposed to the water. Elisa Lam was said to be traveling to Santa Cruz before she disappeared. Police have not said whether they suspect foul play, but the Cecil Hotel is being treated as a crime scene tonight.
On February 12th, 2021, Netflix released a feature-length documentary on the Cecil Hotel, which caused outcry amongst the Los Angeles community, who wanted the documentary banned.
What do you think people imagine when they picture the Cecil Hotel?
Is there a room here that maybe somebody hasn't died in? I never got used to that. Never got used to that.
Throughout its history, the Hotel Cecil has always had a dark persona.
People call it Hotel Death.
This was a place where serial killers let their hair down, like Richard Ramirez, who would come back covered in blood, and no one's got a problem with that.
A hotel with a notorious past is the site of another bizarre case.
Elisa Lam from Vancouver, Canada, is missing.
The big unanswered question is, where is she?
The last footage that we had of her was inside the elevator. That's where the case starts to go askew.
She kept looking outside the door.
Why is the elevator not going anywhere? Is someone keeping her here? Her hand movements are very strange and erratic.
Like she's conjuring a spirit.
It makes people wonder, is there something evil going on here? It just blew up.
In the web sleuth community, it created this feeding frenzy. If it's a murder, then you need a murderer.
You really don't have the full story.
She was running around trying to save her own life.
Bad things keep happening here over and over again.
This hotel was hiding something.
I would have never thought what was about to happen could happen.
This is the latest chapter in a dark history for the Cecil Hotel.
Well, what do you think? Do you think you could sleep where so many people have died? As always, I'm Linnea Quigley, and you're watching Paranormal Truth. Aliens and government secrets have been on our radar for the last several decades. Now, I'm Linnea Quigley, and you're watching Paranormal Truth. Let's peer behind that curtain and see what these visitors to our planet are doing.
Hello, my name is Patrick Allen, and this is Linnea Quigley's Paranormal Truth, a series of films where we delve into the paranormal world of the unknown. In this episode, we are going to investigate the world of the UFO. What is the connection between the US government and so-called extraterrestrials? Where do they meet, and what is their secret agenda? Are we reverse engineering alien technology? And could that experimentation be going on right under our noses?
Do you indeed think that there is life on other planets? Do you think there's life on other planets?
Oh, I don't know.
Would you like to think about it for a second?
Oh, not really.
Tell me, do you think there is life on other planets?
Well, I'm not quite sure, but I suppose there would be.
No, he seems definite. You seem
Definitely.
definite. How do you see this life and where?
Oh, I've seen a flying saucer.
You've seen one?
Yes,
Where was
definitely. At Lane Cove.
When was this?
1953.
You don't think this is a figment of your imagination?
Several other people with me saw it.
You all had the same figment. What did it look like?
It was standing up there, still,
Just suspended in space.
with colours coming out of it.
Flat or on its side?
It was around.
And you think this was sent from another planet, do you?
I really do. Well, where else would it come from?
Do you think there's life on other planets?
Oh, well, I wouldn't like to even discuss that.
Why not?
It's a debatable point, I suppose.
What do you think yourself? You must have an opinion here.
Well, definitely not.
Not?
Not.
Well, what leads you to say that? Scientific investigation or?
Well, only working off the theory of the Bible. Well, there's only one world, isn't there? And
But do you think that can stand up to present scientific investigation?
I
this
think it
biblical
could.
creed? Do you think so?
I think
as far
it
as the
could.
universe goes.
Mhm. Definitely so.
In your opinion, do you think there is life on other planets?
No, I hope not.
Why do you hope not?
Because they'd be frozen to death.
Do you think there is life on other planets?
No, I'm German. Yes, definitely.
Why?
yes.
What sort of life do you see up there?
Vegetable.
Do I think there's life on other planets? No.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't think we'll find anything when eventually we land on Venus?
I don't think we'll find life. But
What do
we
you think
might
we'll
find
find?
very interesting things, though.
Such as?
Yeah. Oh, I couldn't really say what as. I don't know. But I dare say it'll be something worth knowing.
I think there is life on other planets.
And how do you see this life? How do you visualize it yourself? Is
It's
it
rather
like
like
this?
queer-looking people.
Queer-looking people. They're totally different from the people on Earth?
I suppose so.
Uh-huh. Would you like to get up there yourself and see it on Venus?
Not particularly.
Why not?
So I like it down here. I reckon there is.
What makes you reckon that?
Well, just, I don't know, it's not imagination, it's just what,
You're being led by scientific discoveries, etc.
yes.
Yeah, well, how do you see this life? If you think there is life up there, how do you see it? What form do you think it takes?
Animal. Because we're animals, aren't we?
Well, some of it.
Yes.
Speak for yourself. How do you see them up there, though?
Oh,
I mean, the same as here? You think land on
no,
Venus would
no.
discover people like you?
No.
Totally different.
It all depends what atmosphere they're living in. I think it'd be an animal form, but I don't think it'd be like us.
You think that's a good thing?
Well, I don't know.
Would you like to get up there and find out for yourself?
Definitely.
Would you?
Too right
You'd
I would.
volunteer for this?
Too right I would. I'd like to be the first woman in space.
Do you think there is life on other planets?
Oh, I don't know. I don't.
Have you thought about this at all?
No.
Do you think there is life on other planets?
No, French.
I speak English. French.
Vous pensez qu'il y a autre vie de les planètes? Mars et Venus.
Oui.
Oui?
Oui.
C'est français, là?
Où ça là-bas, chez Mars? Je sais pas.
You want to think for it?
There is life on other planets.
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
I wouldn't have a notion, would I?
Hey?
I wouldn't have a notion.
You haven't thought about this at all?
Oh, I've thought about it, but no, I wouldn't think there would be.
Do you think it would be a good thing for the Earth if there was life indeed up there on Venus?
I suppose competition is pretty good at any time, isn't it?
As many as 95% of Americans have at least heard of unidentified flying objects, and up to 57% think that they are real. Presidents Reagan and Carter reportedly have seen a UFO. Many private UFO organizations are found in the United States. Most are convinced that the U.S. government and the CIA in particular are engaged in a massive cover-up of the issue. The idea that the CIA is secretly concealing its research into UFOs has been a major theme of UFO buffs since the modern UFO phenomenon emerged in the late 1940s. In late 1993, after being pursued by IUFOologists for the release of additional CIA information on UFOs, Director of Central Intelligence R. James Woolsey ordered an additional review of all CIA files on UFOs, using records compiled from the review. The study traces CIA involvement in the UFOs from the late 1940s to 1990. It chronologically examines the agency's efforts to solve the mystery of UFOs, its programs that had an impact on UFO sightings, and its attempts to conceal CIA involvement in the entire UFO issue.
Last October, in the quiet Mississippi town of Pascagoula, two local men confronted authorities with a rather bizarre story. Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker told of a strange craft landing near their fishing site and of being taken aboard by three unearthly creatures. The two men were questioned under hypnosis and lie detectors, but their story remained intact. One of the men suffered a nervous breakdown and is still under treatment. Among the skeptics were Ralph and Judy Blum, already at work on a UFO book. With W5 last week, Ralph and Judy returned to Pascagoula.
Judy and I stumbled into this book. It came to us to be written. Suddenly we were in a wave of waves. UFOs were being seen across the country again. We were in what they call a flap. And people began experiencing things that they couldn't explain. Something was happening in our skies in the midst of Watergate, Agnew, the energy crisis, the Middle East. Something was happening and people couldn't understand what it was. We spoke about UFOs, but nobody really knew. And then it hit right here where we are. It hit Pascagoula. Charlie Hickson entered the news and we had a book to write.
The spaceship came with many blue lights, sat down near them in the night. Three little men came out and took him inside. They looked him over with one big eye. They say what they saw was for real. They know they were the ones that saw the Pascagoula UFO.
We were sitting on the other side of the pier with our feet, you know, over toward the river, fishing in the river. And the fish still wasn't biting, so I told Calvin, I said, well, you know, we might as well go home. But I guess that was when I heard it. It was some kind of zipping sound. And when I turned around, in this area out here, about 40 or 50 feet out there, there was some kind of crab, you know. It looked like it's going to come right onto the ground. But it came on down and hovered about a foot and a half or 2 feet off of the ground. We didn't know what to do, you know. The river behind us and that out there not knowing what it was. So, and then before we had time to really do anything, it seemed like an opening appeared. Toward the end, it was, you know, toward us. And the blue light, it had blue flashing lights as it was, you know, approaching the ground, but then they went out. And when the opening appeared, some source of light came from the inside. It was just almost blinding.
Sheriff Diamond, can you tell me just what happened that night?
No, sir, I can't. All I can tell you is there was two men came into the sheriff's department approximately 8:30 and 9 o'clock. They were all excited, upset, wanting to climb the walls, hysterical, crying. That's actually all I know is what happened. As far as me seeing what happened, I don't know.
Of course, we could see them in the opening coming from, you know, when they started out to craft. But
Did you think it was people coming out at first?
Well, they had. I kind of thought it was people at first, you know, off like that. But of course, when they appeared there in front of me, it was the most shock I've ever had in my life.
What did you see?
Well, they were shorter than me. I'd say about 5'2" or 3", and they didn't have a neck. Their head, it seemed to come directly to their shoulders. And they had something, it came out to a point about where a nose would be, and on each side, the ears. And I believe that they looked like they were a little longer on the ears than the nose.
But still pointed the ears?
They were still pointing, yes.
But since I was down there, and since I was a physician, and several other scientists and investigators were asked to consult and look into the situation, I was asked if would I mind if I would be present, and I said I wouldn't mind at all. And while it is still very difficult for us to believe that a that a spaceship landed and that robot-type creatures came out and actually took these two people into the spaceship. These men, in my opinion, believed that they saw this and that they were being honest in reporting what they have reported.
But it seemed to me when they came out that doorway, or that opening, or whatever it was, then just almost instantly they were right there on us. And their arms, they had arms, and I saw the arms moving here and in the shoulders, but they had weld. I mean, their fingers were weld, and then they had something like a thumb, and they were like this.
Mm-hmm. We questioned them at length, and then we left the room and recorded all the conversation they had, recorded between the two of them. And one of them kept wanting to pray. And he said, after all I went through on this earth, he said, why should I have to see something like this?
Calvin Parker, I was questioning him, and at one time he wanted to climb the wall. That's how nervous and how shook up he was.
They had me one on this arm like this, and on the other one, you know, they had my other arm like that. And I just seemed to lift up to the same height they were off the ground, and we just moved into the crowd.
Now inside, how did they lay you out? Do you remember how it happened?
Yes. I didn't see any tables or chairs or anything in there. I'm not saying there wasn't in there because the light was almost blinding, but I didn't see any. And when they carried me inside, they seemed to just lean me back, you know. And this eye, I keep referring to it as an eye, and it moved up in front of me about this close. And it started right at my eyes, looking me right in the eye. And it hesitated there for a few seconds, and it just started moving over my entire body. When they brought me from the craft along this area here, and they didn't drop me, you know, they just released me back to the ground. And I fell. I don't know why my legs were weak. I don't know why it was the fright or what it was, but I fell onto the ground. And that's when I seen Calvin. He's standing right over here in this area, and he was standing facing the river with his arms outstretched like that, just like he was staring at something.
Can you tell me about the lie detector test?
Well, so that was run by Pilkington. Was it Pilkington?
Pennington.
Pennington.
That they run this type of test about 6 times a day. And when they were asked to come over here to talk to these people, they had in their mind that it was just a big joke. And if I understand it correctly, they ran one test on Mr. Hickson. The machine showed that he was telling the truth. Then they run another one. And then the examiner, he began to wonder himself. So he ran the 3rd test, and he believed just what Mr. Hickson had told him.
Mr. Booth, tell me what happened that night in October.
Well, I got up and had turned off the TV and come to the front door, which you could see right behind me. Just as usual, checking to see if it was locked. So I looked out the window at the top, and naturally I saw this object above the street light out there. So naturally it caught my eye with the lights was on. I couldn't hear any racket or anything. So I opened the door after a few seconds to step out to see if I could really tell what it was. It just took off.
Can you describe it?
Well, it was round, had lights all the way around it, turning in a counter-clockwise motion. It had a dome on top with a bright light shining out through the top of it. To tell the actual figure of it or anything, you couldn't tell. You could just see the lights and the one on top.
When it happened to Charlie, the creatures, whatever they were, didn't communicate with him. Now, it's enough to say you saw a UFO to give you trouble these days in some towns. To be taken aboard is just a suspect idea. But somehow, if the creatures don't give you a message, you're just a touch less incredible. And Charlie says that what he said and what we wrote about in the book, it was like they had a job to do, and they came and they did it.
I think there has to be a reason why that Calvin and me was picked. Maybe because you could take it. Well, it might be. I don't know. I think that they know more of what's going on down here on this earth than we think. And I don't know, they might have been, you might say, looking for somebody that could, you might say, hold up under the strain and convince people that there is another world and there's some kind of life on that world up there.
They were the ones that saw the Pascagoula UFO.
What emerges from this examination is that while agency concern over UFOs was substantial until the early 1950s, the CIA has since paid only limited and peripheral attention to the phenomena. The start of the Cold War in 1947 between the United States and the Soviet Union also saw the initial wave of UFO reports. The first sighting of a flying disc within the United States came on June 24, 1947, when Kenneth Arnold, a businessman and private pilot, while looking for a crashed plane, sighted 9 flying objects near Mount Rainier, Washington. He estimated their speed at over 1,000 miles per hour. After Arnold's report, there was a flood of new sightings, including reports from civilian and military pilots and air traffic controllers all over the United States. In 1943, Air Force General Nathan Twining, head of the Air Technical Service Command, established Project Sign, initially named Project Saucer, to collect, evaluate, and distribute all information relating to sightings in the belief that UFOs might be possible and a national security threat. The Air Material Command Technical Intelligence Division at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio, took control of Project Sign and started its work on January 23, 1948. Although at first suspecting that the objects might be Russian secret weapons, the Air Force soon concluded that UFOs were real and easily explained. The Air Force report found that almost all sightings stem from one or more of 3 causes: hoax and hallucination, mass hysteria, or a misidentification of known phenomenon. However, the report recommended continued military control over the investigation of all sightings, and did not rule out the possibility of extraterrestrial life among increasing UFO reports. The Air Force continued to collect and evaluate UFO data through the late 1940s under the new project, codenamed Grudge, which tried to relieve the public's anxiety over UFOs via a PR campaign designed to convince the public that UFOs were nothing unusual or extraordinary. UFO sightings were explained as conventional aircraft balloons, planets, solar reflections, optical illusions, meteors, or even large hailstones. Officials found no evidence in UFO sightings of advanced foreign weapon design.
I am here to discuss the so-called flying saucers. The Air Force interest in this problem has been due to our feeling of an obligation to identify and analyze to the best of our ability anything in the air that may have the possibility of threat or menace to the United States. In pursuit of this obligation, since 1947, we have received and analyzed between 1,000 and 2,000 reports that have come to us from all kinds of sources. Of this great mass of reports, we have been able adequately to explain the great bulk of them, explain them to our own satisfaction. We've been able to explain them as hoaxes, as erroneously identified friendly aircraft, as meteorological or electronic phenomena, or as light aberration. However, there have been a certain percentage of this volume of reports that have been made by credible observers of relatively incredible things. It is this group of observations that we now are attempting to resolve. Our basic difficulty in dealing with these is that there is no measurement of them that makes it possible for us to put them in any pattern that would be profitable for a deliberate, custom sort of analysis to take the next step. We have, as of date, come to only one firm conclusion, with respect to this remaining percentage, and that is that it does not contain any pattern of purpose or of consistency that we can relate with to any conceivable threat to the United States.
Pascagoula, Mississippi. A small, laid-back town home to America's largest military shipbuilding company, Gulf beaches, and lots of seafood.
God, family, and fishing. That's what it is.
But this southern town was thrown into the national spotlight in the 1970s for a completely different reason.
My name's Calvin Parker. I'm 64 years old. I was abducted by something. I don't know what it was or where it was from.
Back in 1973, Parker had just moved to town to work with Charles Hickson.
Very first day at work, October 11th of 1973. We worked all day, got off work, and he asked me, he said, "Do you want to go fishing?"
They went fishing on steel docks off the Pascagoula River, past a no trespassing sign, when he says the extraterrestrial happened.
And it was so bright it was blinding, and these lights was coming from inside a crowd. And then before we knew it, we both stood up and was already turned around and looking. It was three, I can't say where they was from or what they were, but it was like a robotic creature because they moved mechanically. And they got to us. Two of them got a hold of Charlie, one got a hold of myself. The very minute that they grabbed me, I felt an injection in my arm. They lifted us and took us aboard. This female-looking creature, she came out. Now, she had regular facial features, ears and eyes, nose. The only difference I seen in her than what we would, and if you think about it, look at your hands, these two fingers right here are longer, and they was just a little bit longer than ours on her. And she took this right hand and she run it up down the back of my throat. Well, I started choking.
He said the beings who took him made it known they did not mean any harm.
That's when they picked me up and they carried me out, set me back down by the river.
A story that dominated the front page of the Mississippi Press for over a week. UFOs were the talk of the state. NASA got involved. Police lines were busy 24 hours a day.
The Air Force, they spent their own money to come down here to investigate this and to talk to people and interview witnesses and things.
Hickson and Parker gave matching statements to police, passed polygraphs and lie detector tests. But one reporter wrote security cameras in the area showed nothing that night. Others questioned the legitimacy of the polygraphs. The spotlight was too much for Parker.
This happened in 1973, and I never, ever had told none of my family what happened.
He lived on the run, basically, from society itself because, of course, people thought he was crazy. We're trying to get air conditioners fixed around here. My name is Rebecca Davis. I'm the executive director for Main Street Pascagoula.
Over the past year, Davis helped connect Parker and his story to present-day Pascagoula.
In 1973 was a different age, a different time, and it was taboo. You didn't talk about stuff like that. People, I think, today are more open-minded.
Book signings, events, all with the support of the city and its mayor.
A lot of people that are interested in it that today that weren't alive then and had not completely heard the story. People need to know about it.
Today, people are more open about their experiences.
After the incident happened, we went down there, me and my dad and mom went down to the place where it happened at. It's like a big old spaceship had landed, and it was just incredible. It was just freaked me out.
My dad had an unloading dock between the bridges where the aliens came. Well, he was on one side, they were on the other side.
Did he see the aliens?
No, he did not see the aliens.
Honestly,
But some of those guys on the shrimp boat might have if they'd have been smoking the same stuff.
After decades of hiding, Parker no longer lets his experience impact his life.
You kind of look to your left. That's about where the pier was. It's really hard to tell where anything is by now.
Do you ever come out here anymore, or is this...
Oh, yeah, I fish here all the time.
That's awesome.
And that's the reason I come. I don't come to look at the side or to dwell on anything, because this is something you can't really dwell on. It would bother you a lot. I remember a time that I didn't want to come back here. I could care less.
The dock where it all happened is unrecognizable, but a new reminder was put in place this year, a permanent marker of a defining moment in Parker's life.
How does this make you feel when you see this here?
Well, I have mixed emotions. It makes me feel good that the city is admitting what happened.
Do you wish you would have told your story sooner?
No, I think I picked the right time to tell it, and I'll tell you why. If I had talked about this any sooner than what I did, the news would be wore off. And now I'm keeping the attention on it, and the people are a lot more conscious of what's going on.
Parker is simply searching for answers.
I'm just hunting answers for myself. Now, whether we'll ever find them or not, I don't know, but I'll go on my deathbed hunting them.
With photojournalist Andrew Snadicki, I'm Chloe Nordquist reporting.
In the language of the U.S. Department of Defense, these are unidentified aerial phenomena, videos which add fuel to the belief of some that we are not alone. The first incident was filmed off the California coast in 2004, an oval shape hovering, and in the words of the Navy pilot who recorded this, not behaving by the normal laws of physics.
Oh, that's no, is it? It's not. Well, if there's like anything, have a look on the
In 2015, pilots flying off the east coast of America spotted this.
They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
Again, its speed and movement apparently astounding experienced aircrew.
Well, if there's like anything, it's rotating.
That same year, racing across the surface of the ocean, something that it took some skill to capture. All of these videos have been leaked in the past, but the US government now confirms they are genuine.
Thank you for watching Paranormal Truth. I'm your host, Linnea Quigley. I think it's finally time to touch on cryptids. I want to welcome you to Falk, Arkansas, where there's a monster in the forest, in the bayou, that people talk about a lot. I'm Linnea Quigley, and you're watching Paranormal Truth.
Folk is a small town in southwest Arkansas that is best known as being the locale for the folk monster legend. The town attracted attention in the early 1970s when a resident of Tarkana reported seeing the mysterious creature there. Folk and its monster became famous and were featured in a 1973 movie, The Legend of Boggy Creek. The film assured a place in folklore history for the Bigfoot lookalike, which has allegedly been seen in and around the Folk area. Since the 1800s, the low-budget, campy movie earned cult status, and the familiarity of this tale, and the regular resurgence in the media of Yeti Bigfoot and caveman-like creatures kept the legend alive. Prior to the 20th century reports, several sightings in the general area have been tied to the folk monster.
My name is Ivan Marks. The film you're about to see is authentic. It records the last 10 years, which has changed my life. I stumbled on something that I could not believe at first, but soon realized it had significance on me and everyone around me, which could not be ignored or underestimated. The Eskimos call the subject of my story Bushman. The Colville Indians of upstate Washington call him Sasquatch. The Hoopas of Northern California call him Oma. But right now, let's just call him Bigfoot.
Chicano pithiness has popped up a lot in cryptozoology circles as the identity of the Yeti or Bigfoot, human-like monsters that are bound in local folklore, which started in 1960. When zoologist Wyden Mirror-Zazinski described a 1951 photograph of alleged Yeti tracks taken by Himalayan mountaineers, Michael Ward and Eric Shipton, in the journal Nature, Zazinski believed that the Yeti walked like a human, and so was similar to gigantic Pythagoras. After that, the Yeti attracted scientific attention from several more authors publishing in Nature and Science. This, however, incited a monster hunting fad for both the Yeti and the similar American Bigfoot, which has gone on to this day. One scientist who continues to try to prove such monsters exist is anthropologist Grover Krantz, who continued searching for a connection between gigantic pithiness and Bigfoot from 1970 until his death in 2002. The Bigfoot gigantic myth is a theory dealing with many issues that affect potential linkage between Bigfoot reports to the gigantic.
I'm Grover Krantz. I'm a professor of anthropology here at Washington State University. I teach courses in dealing with physical anthropology, introduction to the subject, human evolution, human races, the human skeleton, and sometimes seminars on advanced subjects.
Do you feel compelled to still make the case for the existence of Bigfoot?
Well, I'm satisfied that this Bigfoot thing exists. Trying to make the case or argue for it on the present evidence is largely futile, but I'd like as much as possible to let the word out as to what I found out and what I'm doing.
Tell me, why is it futile? Could you elaborate on that?
Almost any scientist will tell you in no uncertain terms that you will prove the existence of the Bigfoot or Sasquatch by bringing in a body or a substantial piece of one. No other evidence is proof. They are adamant about this.
And now to that end, there's been a lot of controversy in the past about what you've called for. At one time you were said to, we've talked about this before, you were going to get in an ultralight helicopter and go around and search for one throughout the woods for a dead body. We talked about that, for a body. Mm-hmm. To that end, finding a body, what's been your position about this research?
Well, my preference certainly would be to find a body of a natural death or one that was already dead for other reasons. But the chance of achieving that is so near zero as to be almost silly to pursue it. Nevertheless, I have tried as much as possible. My attempt to build and fly an ultralight helicopter and use an infrared imager to locate a decaying body so far has failed. The imager works, but I haven't been able to get the helicopter off the ground. I'm going to make one last attempt later this summer and see what happens.
You're going to try to get it up in the helicopter?
I'm going to try to.
That would be fun to be there.
No way. I don't want somebody photographing my bloody body as it's dragged out of the wreckage.
So you have tried to
I've tried to make it go up and it hasn't. The engines will not go around fast enough, and I finally figured out what the problem was. But then for a couple of years, or 3 years now, I haven't had a chance to correct the situation.
What is your new book about? Tell us about this.
Well, I've just finished writing a book. I've titled it Big Footprints, which explains all of the scientific evidence that relates to the Sasquatch. That is, all of the evidence that can be handled in a scientific manner. Now, this is not a listing or description of all the reports of people who have encountered it. This has been well done by John Green and other people in previous publications. But I'm analyzing the footprints, the Patterson film, and other bits of evidence. And I'm also trying to, in this book, explain to my scientific colleagues why I take this so seriously. Most of them have no idea of the quantity or quality of information on this.
Why do you take this so seriously? Can you boil it down for our purposes?
Well, one good reason to take it seriously is the footprints that are available. When you try to consider what are the alternatives, and there's really only two choices when you look at a lot of them, they are either fabricated by a human hoaxer or they are made by the Sasquatch. And when you consider the possibilities and the difficulties and the requirements for a hoaxer to do not some, but all of them, you find you run into an absolutely impossible situation. So the way I like to put it is the Sasquatch is ridiculous. The alternative of a hoaxer is impossible. Therefore, the ridiculous must be true.
Bigfoot is, fill in the blank.
Bigfoot is a large, massive, hairy, bipedal, higher primate. You could describe it as a gigantic man covered with hair and being rather stupid, or an oversized, upright, walking gorilla. And we're talking body sizes of 6.5 to 8 feet tall, body weights 500 to 800 pounds, covered with hair, incredibly strong, ape-like faces, arms a little bit longer than usual, no constriction at the neck. Well, you got a fair description.
Why has this intrigued you? For how long have you believed that there's something out there?
Well, I wouldn't say I believed there was something out there. Unless, well, the term belief usually means an opinion held because it makes you feel good. The first time I ever heard of these things, I think I was about 16 years old. Oh, I believed them instantly. But did I think they were real? No, no way. I was here at Washington State University for about 2 years before I finally got hold of some direct information, and that amounted to a pair of footprints. I saw some in the wild, and I got the casts and analyzed them, and the right and left foot were quite unlike each other. They weren't mirror images. One of them was obviously crippled. I analyzed those, this was back in 1970, and finally decided that the design of foot that's implied by the crippling was exactly what you would expect for a creature about 8 feet tall and enormously heavy. And I finally decided if somebody faked that and put all these subtle hints of the anatomy design in that, he had to be a real genius, expert at anatomy, and very inventive and original thinking. He had to outclass me in those areas. And I don't think anybody outclasses me in those areas, at least not since Leonardo da Vinci. And so such a person I'd say is impossible, therefore the tracks were real.
Where does the research on the topic stand? People have been talking, there have been sightings since 1870 throughout the Northwest. I mean, reported documented Western man since 1870. Where does it stand in 1992, in the early 90s?
The best summary of where things stand in 1992 is just more of the same. The number of people who are reporting seeing them is just gradually climbing higher and higher. It's over 2,000 now in John Green's reports, and I would doubt that he has more than 1% of them. He has another 1,000 of footprint accounts. Again, he's got maybe 1% of the observed footprints, and the observed ones couldn't be 1% of the actual ones out there. Bits and scraps of other evidence, hair samples, bits of blood, other things that they've done to the environment keep being reported and coming in, analyzed. In some cases, these have been dismissed and found to be fake or mistakes. In other cases, they seem to stand, but we don't know what to do with them. I would say the best new evidence that's come in the last even 50 years is really two things: the Patterson film of 1967 and the footprints with the clear dermal ridges, like fingerprints, that came in 1982. We've gotten no more films since then, at least none that are legitimate, though we have gotten a few more footprint casts with dermal ridges. As far as I know, we are no closer to getting a body now than we were 50 or 100 years ago.
What about your colleagues? Will they ever embrace the notion of Bigfoot as scientifically significant? And how do you feel, after answering that, how do you feel with the scorn and the ridicule and the constant belittlement that you've had to undergo by your colleagues? When will they ever embrace this notion, and how does it make you feel that they've resisted?
They're not going to embrace the idea of the existence of the Sasquatch until the definitive evidence comes in. A few of them will accept it when they have done a substantial fraction of the kind of research that I've done. When they've talked to enough people, they're going to be convinced that there is no other explanation. But until they do so, and not all my colleagues can do it, there's simply not enough time in their schedules, and they can't reach all the people. Until they do that, they're taking a legitimate skeptical attitude of they want to see the definitive proof, a body or a piece of one. That will convince them instantly. So I don't anticipate convincing anybody on the evidence that I've got. Now, in the meantime, they continue to be, for the most part, skeptical, but there's a substantial number who do think it's real, and some who take the possibility quite seriously. And they are now feeling a lot more comfortable about that than they were 20 years ago, for instance. 20 years ago, this was a taboo subject, and I almost got fired here for investigating it and talking openly about it. Now, if nothing else, I've got the president of the university supporting me. Now, that doesn't get me any money or any release time or any improvement in salary. I still have to do this entirely on my own, but I've got a good moral support now.
The skeptics will always ask, man has been in the Northwest for almost 200 years, settling it for the last 100, in the forests, along the rivers, in the creeks. Every summer, you know, making more of a foray into the bush, as some people call it, back into the wilds. Why haven't we found a body yet? Why haven't we found that piece of definitive evidence that will convince people?
Well, with all of the human activity over the last 2 centuries in the Pacific Northwest, I might point out that nobody has yet come in with a body of a bear, unless it was killed by human action. The bodies of animals that die a natural death and have the ability to choose their place of dying are notoriously difficult to find. And there's at least 100 bears out there for every one Sasquatch. So the lack of a body discovered doesn't bother me at all. I would be most puzzled if one did come in. I'd want to know. I'd be very suspicious that I'd smell a rat if somebody said they found one.
But we've talked about this before about Jacko, the 8-boy, back in the 1920s.
1889. 1884.
Okay. Tell me about that story again.
Back in 1884, when the Canadians were just finishing or near finishing their transcontinental railroad, a creature was reported found by the railroad crew on the Pacific end, which is well into the Rockies. The creature supposedly stood 4 feet 7 inches tall, weighed 127 pounds, which is very heavy set for that height, covered with hair and obviously not human, but walked bipedally. This was a newspaper account, and there's practically no follow-up of it. My suspicion is that that creature was taken across, they couldn't take it across Canada at the time, but they could move it down into the United States across the Northern Pacific Railroad that was just completed in that time. And it reached the railroad end perhaps at Duluth, Minnesota, where Barnum's circus men located it. And it was incorporated into Barnum's circus as Jojo the Dog-Faced Boy. That's my best guess. I think it probably died that season. We have no idea what was done with it, and it was such a hit that they replaced it with the hairiest-faced man they could find the next season.
But that's, as far as that story goes, that's kind of where it ended, right there.
I'm afraid that's a dead end. Yeah. There's one possible follow-up on that, and a friend of mine finally managed to do it. Barnum has a circus in Connecticut, one of the places where he headquartered, has a circus cemetery in Connecticut, and a few individuals from the circus, like Tom Thumb, are buried there. So my friend went through the cemetery looking at all the headstones to see if he could find a name that was reminiscent of the man in charge of Jacko, or Jacko itself, or Jojo, or anything that might be remotely hinting at it, and they found nothing.
Oh, they're dead end. What about others in the research field? You and I have talked about this before, about the acrimony between all of these different individuals. You and Renee DeHinden, for example, don't see eye to eye at all. Tell me why that happens.
We have a problem with people in the real world who are trying to bring in the definitive proof of the Sasquatch. These people are basically all hunters who are trying to shoot the first specimen and bring it in. A lot of them will not admit that that's what they're doing, but unless they're pretty stupid, that's exactly what they're after. Now, each of them knows full well that there's going to be some substantial prize for bringing in the first Sasquatch. They also know, if they've given it any thought at all, that the scientific world will immediately take over, and there will not only be no second prize, but if you shoot the second one, you've broken a serious law. So all these hunters are trying to not only win that prize, but I think they're spending more time and effort trying to prevent the other guy from getting it than they are trying to do it themselves. Now, those who are really devoted to it, if they really devote their lives to this, all their life is to search for the Sasquatch. That's their only claim to fame. When it is found, they're going to be shoved aside by the scientists and become nothing. They don't want this to happen. They want either the mystery to remain or that they find it. That science ever takes over and shoves them aside is very frightening to them. Now, there are some of these hunters and investigators who are very nervous about me because I may be nudging the scientific world into acceptance. And because of that, they would do anything they can to stop my investigation.
Where do you get your casts?
It's not surprising.
Okay. Where do you get your casts and your evidence and that kind of thing?
Most of the casts come from when I hear about somebody having found a footprint and making a cast of it. I will go and talk to them and borrow the cast. I will bring it back to my lab, make a mold of it, and then return it and a perfect copy to the provider. In a few cases, I've made the casts myself when I've been brought to a scene and footprints are there. Maybe the person who found them made his own cast, and I might make a few others.
Tell me about Paul Freeman. I mean, you alluded to Renee before, but...
But I didn't use his name.
No.
I don't like to do that.
What about Paul and his research down in Walla Walla and his hunting? And he's not a scientist. What about? Do you lump him into this category? What kind of credence do you put in his work down there?
Well, I think Paul Freeman's footprints are probably all legitimate. He's brought in a number of other bits of evidence that are either somebody's hoax, whether it's him or somebody else, it's hard to tell, or they're just simply undeterminable as to whether they're real or not. He had a photograph once, and now he has a short videotape of one of the creatures. I would be very dubious of his photograph, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised if his videotape is real. But it's not definitive, and there's nothing you can do with it to prove it.
The people we talk to, and I want to balance this out and give you a chance to respond to what some of the people have said that I talked to. I said that if you base your research on some of the things that Paul brings in, and he has a history of admitting faking tracks before, and the Forest Service saying that some of the tracks that he reported were fakes, doesn't that shed light on your credibility? Don't you worry about guilt by association? How do you respond to that?
Well, anybody who brings in fake information does shake up cast a little doubt on the rest of it. But I just sort of try to learn to live with that. I look at all the information for what it's worth. Sometimes I get taken in, at least temporarily, by some things. I thought a couple of films of Sasquatches were real until I found out otherwise, a little analysis and hearing stories from other people. With things like Freeman's evidence, yeah, if some of the stuff he brings in is not valid for various reasons, it makes a lot of people worry about the stuff that seems legitimate. Now, I try to draw a sharp line there. Just because some of his information is not valid, that doesn't necessarily throw it all out. I had the same problem 20 years ago with a fellow named Ivan Marks up in northeastern Washington. He faked a film and has since faked many others. But prior to the faking of the film, he brought in a fair number of casts and had a number of accounts of it, and I'm satisfied that all of his evidence up to a certain point was valid. Then he got impatient and started faking films.
Breaking news out of Texas, Bigfoot is real. According to a group of researchers, they call themselves the Sasquatch Genome Project, and they released what they say is proof. Several never-before-seen short video clips of the legendary and very shy creature. The group spent 5 years and $500,000 coming to this conclusion. One clip is of Sasquatch sleeping, shot during the day in Kentucky back in 2005.
We've all had experiences that have changed our lives. I mean, literally shook the foundations of what we believe in.
Besides the video, they say they also have DNA proof of Bigfoot's existence. One of the researchers stressed that their work has been a, quote, serious study.
From Canada, I saw my first Sasquatch at 8 years of age in 1960. And since that time, in every decade, I've had sightings and interactions with them. And it came to the point that by 2005, there was so much evidence with the, more people coming forward on the internet that I decided to embark on this, which became an unprecedented 5-year study of the Sasquatch, but I spent a lot of money on to try to prove once and for all the existence of the Sasquatch. Dennis Poe beside me was a project manager, was on there for several years. We had an on-site scientist, and we conducted it in several states, in the U.S., including Texas, and 2 of the Canadian provinces. Now, in that study, we collected all kinds of, we have hours of video, night vision, daylight footage, all kinds of stuff, footprints, handprints, hairs, all kinds of stuff. And part of it was we followed a mother and her juvenile daughter filmed them over a 4-year period, of which the daughter grew approximately a little less than 6 inches per year. And, it became, with all this evidence, it just seemed like the scientists would just raise the bar higher all the time. And finally it came to the point that we just said DNA was the only thing that would suffice to convince them. But with no type specimen, DNA is all fine, and on CSI, everybody thinks it does all these things. You have no type specimen with a Sasquatch, so we knew it wasn't going to be easy. So anyways, with during that project, we collected 6 different samples that was tested by Dr. Ketchum, and Dennis was mostly the guy in the chain of custody and control of that. Now also during that time we produced a documentary, a 1-hour documentary that I took to several producers, and at the end of the day they liked it, but the whole reality world, that was, you know, reality television, that was the key thing, and that's what they wanted us to do, and I wanted no part of this. I mean, this is serious business. I mean, at an absolute minimum, there's 4,000 of these in North America. In reality, it's becoming increasingly apparent there's 3 to 5 times that number, or even more. And yet, you know, people have chosen to they don't want to believe it. They can't find in their minds to believe these things exist.
The Bigfoot is typically sighted in or near remote wooded, mountainous, or swampy areas. They are seldom seen far from the cover of trees. If they encounter humans during the daylight hours, they tend to rush off and vanish into the forest. They seem to be most active late at night, when humans are least active. Unlike mountain gorillas, Bigfoot has never been seen in large groups, and they don't stay in the same place for very long. Over the past 500,000 years, hominids gradually emerged from the thickest forest and began to group. This dispersal provided more reliable foraging. It also made quick, quiet evasion much easier. Because families of 2 to 4 wandered nomadically through the vast forests, the territories were usually remote, but sometimes bordered humans' settled areas. After thousands of generations, they've developed some amazing evasion and defense mechanisms and behaviors, including night vision abilities. They've also developed powerful vocal abilities, which allowed them to locate and interact with others of their kind. They made powerfully loud screams that could be heard for miles in the dead of night.
As far as us as researchers, the way some of these samples were handled, the way they were, the chain of custody is very important with the samples, because we've had so many detractors talk about cross-contamination, human contamination, contamination from contributors. We've got a short video. 2 of the videos, you actually see us gathering the samples. We've got the video of it. We're wearing gloves. You know, we're being very careful about the way we're handling these DNA samples. They go into baggies and so forth. We've got enough experience that we know how not to cross-contaminate something when we find it, when we're going to have it examined or sent in for DNA analysis. On a personal level, over the years in my research, I've probably seen 8 different furry people that you could put them in a police lineup, and I could tell you where I saw them, what they were doing, what I was doing. So we've had a lot of on-site experience. We go from a lot of situations. I didn't set out to search for these creatures or anything else unusual. It's something that happened to me. There's a catalytic event for a lot of people that makes them go out and actually try to find the truth. You know, what did I see? Oh my goodness, you know, we're not wired for a lot of these strange things. So we go out in search of them. And a lot of us stay out there in search of for a long time, and we still are. We're still looking for more answers. We're still looking for, on our part, better video. We're still looking on our part for better photos, better game cam photos, whatever we can do. It adds to the ever-mounting mountain of evidence that these furry people do exist. And they live, some cases, right alongside of us. Some cases right outside of semi-urban areas, residential neighborhoods. Some of them take up occupations in old abandoned buildings. You'd be surprised how very human they are in a lot of the different ways they conduct themselves alongside of us, mankind.